our next nostalgia episode, we are returning to the Latitude, and we are going to finalize the restoration process of the hard drive. Again, where we last left it, there are no drivers on the system. So that's what we're going to be doing in this episode, plus beginning the restoration process, sort of, on another computer. But again, like you saw in the last episode, the HP is now upstairs in my office. Which so far we've had no luck getting no weather radio stream started on there. But maybe we'll see if something like the Latitude can do better. If I decide to do so with this thing, if it is capable, then I'll have to upgrade this thing to Windows 10. Maybe I'll see if I can do the LTSB, which will provide updates for several more years. But what we're going to be doing in this episode is we're going to be installing all the drivers. So again, we don't have a proper display driver, we don't have the Wi-Fi card, but on this flash drive here is all of the applications for all the drivers. So we're going to go ahead and install them all one by one, and I know I have several that are like duplicates. So I'll just ignore the duplicate files. So we're going to start with the audio card. Yes, user account control, can't get enough of it. And while this is going, if we go into device manager, the audio driver I'm assuming it's using is the default one. So I suppose it's using the default driver. And the display adapter is the default one. So everything is default. Realtek HD codec. That is what we are going to install. This will install the audio driver. Yes. Please make sure you are closing all recording applications. Essentially what it is like applications that are using the sound card to play back audio or videos. Like what I'm talking about is Windows Media Player, VLC Player. If it could be something like whatever website you're on that's outputting audio, it's talking about that, closing that, because what it's going to do is it's going to cut off the audio while the new driver is being installed. And we can see that it is doing its job. It says speaker headphones. We have no sound, but that's perfectly normal. That's the installation progress. The Dell backup and recovery tool. Network frame fork 4 is required, so we'll install that too. Oh, it looks like it wants to try to load the website in the up in Internet Explorer. Which reminds me, let's install the network driver next. So let's see, there's an A12. Let's install this one. So the Ethernet network driver, let's install that. Current version, not install, new version. Do you want to continue? Yes. Backup and recovery failed. Let's give it another try. 4, you can use the driver. You must restart. We're going to tell it no. We are not going to restart. Yes, it says successful, but now a restart is required. All right. We should be able to connect to the internet now. Let's see if we can install the other one. This is the Wi-Fi driver, so this is the one we want. So now this is going to install the Wi-Fi driver on the system. So now this will allow us to wirelessly connect to the internet, and we can finish downloading programs and stuff like that. And what's even better is that we will be able to update Windows. Yes, even though people don't even read the terms and conditions and support and stuff like that. So there we go. We're going to see that menu change. Meanwhile, I'll just go ahead and run the installers of the remaining drivers. And if there are any duplicates, I'll delete those. Success. You're about to install the management engine. Yes, that's what we're going to install. Accept it. We're going to install it. We're going to try the Dell Backup and Recovery tool again. Oh, that's right. It needs network 4. So let's connect it to the internet. The whole thing is weirdly worded on Windows 7. I mean, it's a lot different than it is over on Windows 10. And we are online. That is great. And of course, when you connect to a new network, it'll tell you like where the network is and everything like that. Okay, so now that we have the network card installed, no, I'll do that later. Okay, let's see. It looks like we cannot download it. All right, so let's put another browser on here. This is everything. No, we will reboot later. Okay, what's going on here? Oh yeah, this is that same thing. All right, let's move on. Where are we at? Chipset. There are a lot of other drivers. So I think it was that chipset one that we just did. Was it that one? I think it was that chipset we just did, didn't we? Let's see what this one is. Microelectronics free fall data protection. This is the digital accelerometer. Alright, next. Yes, I accept the terms and conditions, and let's install. Microcard reader. And I see the Dell audio program already. Let's go ahead and just get the display driver taken care of. Yes. Install. So then I should be able to use the features like control, the brightness. Yeah, enable arrow. Supported operating systems, Windows 7, 8, 8.1. This was released in 2019. I'm surprised this one didn't even support Windows 10. Even though it says Windows 8.1, damn, it must have taken these guys a while to get this thing ready for Windows 10. But anyway, we'll just let it sit there and we'll let it do its work. In the meantime, I will move on with the next flash memory card. O2. This is called O2. When I think of O2, I think about that network carrier, that cell phone carrier in the UK. But that's an entirely different thing. So now what that display driver installer is doing, and it is all done. So looks like it's not going to ask us for a reboot. So we're going to install the DDP protected workspace driver next. And just thinking about it, it's too bad that Windows 10 does not have those arrow effects. This is about the Dell protection tool in Windows 7. We're going to go ahead and create. Okay. And this is the folder. Let's install it. Invisiga setup. Alright, so now it's installing. And Dell Command Update is the manufacturer driver updater tool. The tool that your manufacturer provides for drivers. Microsoft Framework 4.6.1 needs to be installed. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have to go and install that. Meanwhile, I'm just going to install Edge on Windows 7 right away, because, I mean, Windows 7 is compatible with Microsoft Edge. In fact, I think Microsoft pushed that out in an update at some point. So that's what I'm going to do once we're done with the drivers. So I'm not sure if that's the install driver. That's the end of the memory card, so we'll just hit finish. Again, we'll need to restart for everything. Dell Protected Workspace. Now, I mean, this is true because all of this is... you must restart the system. We're going to do that later. So we're just going to cancel that for right now. So what do we have to install next? Dell Digital Delivery. This is the... So now I know what the purpose of this is. So if you are... So like if you're migrating to a different computer, or if you had to reinstall Windows, you could re-download applications that you have purchased from that tool. And this requires 4.5. That is great. So I'm gonna delete the ones that have been done, and then I'll finish the process later. So next is the touchpad driver. And this E6540A27 is a BIOS update. And it says it's supposed to update it to A27. But I want to see what BIOS this is running. This is A27, and oh, it looks like it's already running .NET Framework for me. Nice. This is running A24, which is from 2018. So yeah, pretty outdated BIOS. Now I'm gonna run that last because it might just end up restarting the... It's probably gonna end up restarting the machine. So we're gonna install the Wi-Fi link. Now, the display driver does not work at the moment. However, it will take effect when we restart. I guess it must have crashed or didn't even run. Well, I think it is running, because it does have the user account control. We've already done the graphics card. Now we're going to do the host controller. So I think it's installing the Wi-Fi link in the background. Yes, I accept the terms. This is for Windows 7. So now we'll let the driver install. And this is an Ethernet controller driver. This platform is not compatible, or the application is in use. Okay, so I think, let's see, which one do we run here? So it says it unzipped the file, so what do we run? Well, that's because we're gonna wait to restart. Alright, so this is the 0 minutes. I find that weird. So, yeah, I think this is part of the update process. So, you are free to browse the web safely using Dell's protected workspace. And that's what we're going to continue with a little bit later on here. So what do we do? Do we like launch a security catalog? So I suppose these are like security catalogs. Okay. All right. So next we have to install the network application. And I think we already did the network driver. This is ProSet Wireless. Great, the Inspiron just rebooted. Oh boy. Now we'll see what that does. Alright, accept the terms. I guess it must, I guess that must wait before continuing any further. Alright, the serial driver. This is rapid storage technology, and we'll do the system utilities as well. That should be the last of them. The rapid storage requires network 4.5, which is already being installed. Accept the terms, install. This tool actually helps better optimize the system for power usage. That's what this tool does. So maybe we'll need to restart before we can try these again. Alright, that's installed. And now let's try this again. So we have the ProSet. So we have the ProSet wireless card. We have the Intel management. We got the Dell Command Power Manager and Workspace. Okay, that's all installed. And now we are going to finish by installing the BIOS. This is Dell Data Security. This also requires Framework 4. So the framework is already installed, however we need to restart. Bluetooth driver is installed. That is the warning. Yes. Be sure that all these details are correct. Yes. Alright. So what's going to happen now is the computer is going to restart, and it will begin the process of updating the BIOS. And in addition, this will also configure the drivers. This will configure and properly set up all the drivers that required a restart. So while the BIOS continues to update, this is the computer that we're going to be doing next. The Inspiron 5520 that also came pre-installed with Windows 7. However, I still find it interesting that the Latitude has the Windows 10 or 8 logo, even though this is Windows 7 pre-installed. So again, as I mentioned, I believe that when Dell manufactured this, they pre-installed Windows 7, but then I believe the user had the option to upgrade it to Windows 8 or 8.1, I think it was. But I mean, it is compatible with Windows 10. If it is compatible with Windows 10, then I might just end up upgrading this to Windows 10, and I'll see if I can upgrade it to that tiny release of 11, and if I can, then I will. Which probably I will not be able to. This is just like the BIOS update on my two main computers, so that the only difference is the logo. And the update is successful. I might just end up upgrading this to 10 and then leave the next computer we'll be doing on Windows 7, because when I was looking at that on Dell's website, it says it's not compatible with Windows 10, but that's alright. This thing does support 10, so I might end up upgrading this to 10 and then leave the Inspiron on 7. But I'll see what I can get installed on it. And as we can see, now we have the proper display drivers. So now we have a much bigger screen. We're not able to lower the brightness just yet. But now we should have proper drivers. Yes, we do, because now I can see. So now I can see that we have a much bigger screen resolution. And we had the fade in and out effect. However, it was just doing the system assessment after installing the drivers. And there we go. Windows 7 in its true glory. Just amazing. Well, let's take a look at the Dell audio program, see what that's about. That's the security warning before executing. And are we able to control the brightness? Yes, we are. I see the Dell audio program. That's good news. And yes, this has the Max Audio Pro. English, United States. So now .NET Framework 4 should be properly configured. And I'm going to check the programs just to be sure. I heard an error. It looks like no, it did. Framework 4 client profile. The browser built by Google. That's what we're going to install. Download should automatically begin. And I'm going to use this browser to install Microsoft Edge, because I do not plan on using the Chrome browser as my main browser specifically for this machine, even though I've been seeing on a lot of Google sites on Microsoft Edge saying that it's better if you switch to Chrome. But I mean, technically I did use Google Chrome as the main browser within the, I'd say the first 3 years of, I'd say like the first few years of Windows 10 support. That was until Microsoft was able to use the Chromium engine. That was before Microsoft used the Chromium engine for the Chrome browser. So essentially at that point, so we'll have to get back to that. So at that point, that's when I officially made the switch to Microsoft Edge, and I have been using that browser as my main browser ever since. And ever since then, Microsoft has actually been adding many more features to the Edge browser. which includes tools that the Google Chrome browser does not have. Like, for example, the Math Solver tool, where you could just take a snip of the screen and you could get assistance. In fact, the Google app actually does have those features. The Google app has those features where you can just scan it with the camera and it'll provide some assistance. I've been seeing ads for Google stuff lately when I've been scrolling through my recommended feed on my YouTube channel and stuff like that. So we're almost done here. We're just going to let the Chrome browser download and install. And then I'll just use the browser to download Framework 4.5 and all that good stuff. Meanwhile, let's go back to the audio program. And you know what my favorite thing is to do? Play the test sample. I really enjoy the test sample. I could just play with it all day if I wanted to. Oh, the speakers do not sound pleasant. At a much louder volume, they definitely do not sound pleasant. We're just gonna go ahead and move on to this Key in Cloud is the recovery tool for the next computer we're going to be doing. I actually was able to install this copy of Windows in a virtual machine. However, when I attempted to use this tool, more specifically on an Acer OEM that I was able to successfully install, it was more specifically for an Aspire computer. I was able to properly install that, but however, I tried running the tool in there and it told me that I can't even run it in a virtual machine, which I think that's fair. And I find it quite interesting too, because I was curious to see if I could run manufactured programs inside of a virtual machine. This here is the tool that we're going to install, so we're going to go ahead and execute the setup. SoftThinks, the same people that made the HP recovery utility. So this is Dell Direct Key, and this is the tool we're going to use to make the recovery media for the next computer. However, we cannot go any further with the recovery just yet, because what we first have to do is finish installing all the other drivers, like more specifically what was it that couldn't install? Dell Digital Delivery, Dell Command, I think it was. Okay, so that's supposed to say it's finished. Now, when I tried running this on my actual computer, it didn't even execute at all. And look at that. Now it'll execute. That's awesome. However, we're not going any further with that process just yet, because what we first have to do is get Framework 4.5 installed. We'll have to do it via an alternate browser, and I'll download the Edge browser as well and just get it over with. I'm not sure if that installation direct key tool that we're going to use to make the media for the next computer is going to come with all the drivers. So we need Framework 4.5, Network Framework 4.5.2. We're going to download Edge. This is version 109. So Chrome 109 was the last Chrome version that was released for the browser. Well, not for this browser in general, but this was the last version of Chrome to support Windows 7 before Google dropped support for the OS. And over the past couple of weeks over at my part-time job, while I was getting stuff like that ready, when I was getting Chromebooks updated and everything, I noticed a lot of them were running versions like Chrome 109, they were running like 109. I think I saw a few that were running like version 94, which was like a really old version. So I spent my time updating them all to the latest. Well, now it's not really the latest, but 1.14 is currently the latest version of the Chrome browser and Chrome OS. I don't know about a Chromebook, considering that now I use Microsoft Edge as the default browser, but, you know, if I ever get into a situation where I have to use a Chromebook for school, and yeah, then Chrome would be the only option. I would just use that on there, and I would just use Edge on Windows. It says these update files are for Windows 8. But this is Windows 7, not Windows 8. This is the offline installer, so of course everything is going to be 0. And just for fun, let's play the audio sample. Let's play the audio sample of all these apps are downloading. It's like a mixture of jazz and such. It's a mixture of jazz and classical. You know, ever since I first discovered that program, I would always go after the audio sample. I wonder if I could find the MP3 of the audio sample anywhere. Let's see if I could find it. Where will we go? Program files. Okay, waves. This is all of its files. I guess not. Let's see if it's in Dell. Command Power Manager. No, it's not there. It's not even going to be in the x86 either. The backup and recovery tool, that's what we were going to try and install. But we never got a chance to do so. Alright. So, we have Edge. We no longer need Chrome. Now that Edge is doing all the work. Google Chrome. That's the one we want to remove. Let's just play the audio sample again. I'll just set it right there and let it play in the background. I want to see if I could try a BSOD. Delete browsing data. Change the default browser back. And yes, remove. The uninstall survey actually loads. No, Edge is going to be the default. You just uninstalled Chrome. We're sorry to see you go. Please help us improve by filling out this short survey. What is your primary reason for uninstalling? Neither of those. Here's the reason why. We're switching to Microsoft Edge. No, I don't want data from not going to sign in. Yes, go ahead. Make it more useful. Microsoft Edge is no longer supported on this version of Windows. Upgrade to Windows 10 or later to get regular feature and security updates. Yeah, so I see even Microsoft pulled the plug on support on Edge on this specific version. Oh well, at least it's decent enough. I'll see if I can upgrade to LTSB. the same message is coming up twice. What version is this? So this is also 109. So this version of Edge is also 109. So that's the last version of Edge that is also supported. What were we going to try and install previously? Oh yeah, the backup and recovery, I think that was. What else? Digital delivery? Yeah, I think it said backup and recovery was unsuccessful. Were we also going to install... Oh yeah, Dell Digital Delivery. Okay, so I think it was that other installation that's in progress. That's probably the framework. We still got to wait on the framework, and then we'll move right along. Let's actually see if I can sync the clock with the Windows Server. I'll see if that's even possible on Windows 7. That'd be nice. Clock, language, and region. It is syncing with the Windows Server. Update now. Successfully synced. Okay, we're good with that. Add the clock gadget to the desktop. Oh yeah, this was the best part of... This is probably the best part of Windows 7. You could just put gadgets anywhere you want on the... You can put gadgets anywhere you want on the bar, but on the desktop. But unfortunately, a lot of these services no longer work. Yeah, the new service doesn't work anymore. It actually does work still, because it just said news and features. Dell Digital Delivery was successful. Alright, framework is installed. Did we install backup and recovery already? I think we did. So what were we going to try and install? Oh yeah, this thing. This is what we were going to try and install. So I'm not going to be installing any Windows updates for this specific episode, but I will be doing that with the recovery of the Inspiron, which we will be doing in the next episode. Okay, so we've got this machine substantially updated. This page cannot be displayed. That is wonderful. But anyway, so we've got this thing substantially set up. We have all the drivers, well, nearly all the drivers and original software installed, so that's great news. However, there are still a few more steps that we have to do. The other thing we still have to do is update Windows, meaning go to Windows Update and install the latest, all the updates for Windows 7 from Microsoft prior to the end of support. I am not sure if this is going to come with the... I'm not sure if this is going to come with the paid service patches. I don't think it's going to come with those. So until then, thanks for watching. See you next time. It's time for another nostalgia episode once again, and we are once again returning to the Latitude E6540 laptop that we installed the drivers on last time. And after the last episode, I went through the USB and I removed all the drivers that were already installed. So then all that's left are the pieces of software that have not been installed. And what we also did not get to last time was updating Windows. So we're going to go into Windows Update. And Dell Backup is finalizing the installation. And yep, there are the updates that we did not install last time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to install them. These optional ones are from 2019. So it was a year prior to Windows 7's end of support. So it's about 90 updates in all. So we're going to go ahead and begin the installation of them. So those updates are going. We'll go ahead and close that out and just let it do its job. We'll skip the scanning because I'm going to do something different with it. The backup and recovery application actually did successfully install. As you can see right now, it is finishing up its process. So I'm going to delete it. What did we not install last time? The Dell Command Update, I think it was. Command Power Manager. So we did not do the Command Update. Let's see. I was wondering about Dell Digital Delivery. Software order with your system is available for download and installation. Dell will need the service tag. I might as well go ahead. Even though this is an outdated piece of hardware, just still do it anyway. I think we got to this point last time, and then it asked about Framework 4 before we progressed any further. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Framework 4.6. Alright, so we're going to need to install that. Did we not do that host controller last time? So now that we know that digital delivery was able to successfully install, we can delete that. We got to get Framework 4.6 installed first. So it said 4.6.1 is what we need. So we're gonna go download that. So that means we got to bring up our old friend, our good friend Microsoft Edge, and we need Framework 4.6.1. I don't know if it's going to replace 4.5, or we have to have multiple frameworks installed. Here we go. Here we are. .NET Framework 4.6.1. But what we're also going to be focusing on in this episode is the restoration of the Dell Inspiron 5520, which does not have an operating system installed since the hard drive was wiped. But what we are going to be doing with that, however, is we're going to be installing the factory installation. And it's interesting that Microsoft is still saying about how Internet Explorer was retired last year, and that they're not calling it end of support, they're calling it retired. So pretty much depending on what version of Windows you have, it'll determine whether you're still able to use Internet Explorer or not. So like, let's say you have Windows 8 and the only browser that came with it is Internet Explorer. So I'm assuming at some point before the retirement, I think, yeah, Microsoft actually did push out the Edge update to Windows 7 and 8.1 users, which I'm assuming they did for free. But that's as far as I know. But I mean, Windows 10 also got the Edge update. That was in the feature update that came. I'm not sure if it was around that same time. This is the driver we're going to install. No, we are not going to be restarting. Okay. If Dell Backup and Recovery is going to ask for a reboot, we will do that too. Oh yeah, that was the tool. That was the framework tool that I said I wanted to install that. So that's what that user account control was. It was .NET Framework 4.6.1, which we need for Dell Command Update. So we'll go ahead and install the framework from 2015. All right, so it wants to close the Dell Backup and Recovery thing. Now, this cannot happen at this moment because Dell Backup and Recovery is doing some work. So what we're going to need to do first is we're going to wait for that to finish, and then we will move further with that. Permission denied. App data battery check.vbs. We can skip Dell Command Update for right now, and we'll come back to it with the recovery once it's done. Okay, welcome to the Install Shield wizard. Of course, we accept the terms and conditions. So this is the type of management, but okay. Let's just leave it as it is. Okay, so yeah, this is more of a business environment, but actually I'm going to leave Dell Data Security out of the system, so now I have to check the drive and make sure that it is correct. Yes, we are ready to start. That's the warning that everything that's on it will be lost forever. Yes. All right. Now this is an older tool, unlike the newer ones, so I don't know what it's going to do. So what's it going to do? Is the recovery information already stored within the recovery program, or does it have to download everything through the Dell servers, which requires an internet connection, just like that newer tool that I used to create the recovery media for this computer specifically? Because when I did it on the host, when I created the recovery media for this computer back up in my office, as I had mentioned when I was doing the recovery, it only gave me the option to do Windows 7, which I believe was the OS that came with this machine when it was brand new. And I'm not sure what that Dell Backup and Recovery tool is doing, but we're going to see what it will come with. So I don't know what it's going to do. Is it... Because I think when I downloaded the recovery tool, it has already saved the recovery files onto that drive. But now the question remains: is it going to come with all the drivers and software that was originally included by the manufacturer? That's what we're going to find out. So we're going to find out if it comes with the drivers. So once it's done here, we're going to see if it comes with the drivers. And if so, I think that... oh, looks like it must have waited for those things, it says. Here we go. Another installation process is running. Wait a moment and then click retry. Or if you are running any other installation process along with this one, close it now. Let's try it. Okay, so we're going to wait for the other installation to finish. Not sure if it's the Dell Backup and Recovery or the Recovery and Restore. I think it was the Backup and Recovery installation that is still ongoing. So let's wait for that to finish, and then once it's done, because it says creating base image, so what I suppose it's doing is creating a recovery partition on the hard drive. So let's go into the disk management. You know, I'm still admiring how beautiful Windows 7 really is, even though it's no longer supported. But I mean, I was just thinking, if I had a computer back in 09, this would have been my main operating system, and I would have used it for literally my entire life. Probably all the way up to its end of support, where I would then... If it was like around 2019, that was probably when I bought a new desktop computer. That desktop computer would have most likely replaced it. Or that desktop computer that I said if I bought it in 09, probably would have had Windows 10 if it was compatible. It probably wouldn't, but it doesn't make a difference. So right now we just have the standard 512 gig hard drive, and then we have the system reserved partition. This is that USB drive that is being formatted for the recovery. So it looks like all the recovery files were downloaded with this program all at the same time. Because now this is a Dell machine, and how Dell is licensed the Max Audio codec, and I can do the line-in capability and stuff like that. What I intend to do with this machine is, once I get Windows 7 fully updated, upgrade it to the latest version of Windows 10, which will be its last version ever. And then I will stick around with Windows 10 on this computer for a couple more years. And then I will use Windows 10 as the primary OS on this machine for its last 2 years of support. There was actually a video I actually did find a video regarding how the end of support for Windows 10 is going to be a huge problem for consumers and businesses alike. And according to that video I found, over half of all businesses, half of all of them combined, that use Windows do not meet the minimum system requirements for Windows 11, which is absolutely incredible. Okay, so now we can use the media. Let's head over now to the Inspiron, where we will begin the restoration. So we're going to put in the USB. Is this HDMI? It is USB. Okay. All right. So let's put it in the USB. We'll turn it on. And on Dell machines, F12 is the boot key. We want USB storage device. I thought it was going to come with Windows 7, but interestingly enough, this is Windows 10. I guess this must be a later version of the recovery media. That is so weird. That is so weird. I'm finding a lot of strange things about these computers. I find it so weird that this has the Windows 8 logo and this thing came with Windows 7. And this says Windows 7, and then this recovery media says it came with Windows 10. That is so strange. But we're going to have to find out for sure once this is done. But we're going to find out for sure once this process is finished. So I guess I might end up upgrading this then to Tiny 11. But what I mean by Tiny 11, it's like a slimmed down installation of Windows 11 from Microsoft. Basically what it is, it just strips down all the bloat apps from the Microsoft Store, like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, TikTok, Instagram, all that stuff. And it also strips it of the TPM 2.0 requirement. Yeah, the TPM 2.0 and the Secure Boot requirement, it strips of those. Okay, well, we'll see if this actually comes with Windows 7, because it looked like Windows 10 at the start. But we'll find out. We'll find out when it's done. Alright, English. This is the license agreement for the tool. There's the mouse. Of course, we accept. You must scroll down to the bottom. Yeah, this is the entire agreement. And now we can continue. So it's going to try a smart repair first. See if it can repair an existing copy of Windows. So since there is nothing on this hard drive, it's going to skip that part. And then, since there are no files, I'm assuming we're just going to go right to the system recovery. So we're going to continue. So it's analyzing the hard drive of this particular machine. No errors were found. So let's proceed. And this is the smart repair that it's going to attempt to do first. Yeah, the partition table, it can't do this part. That's because there is no operating system on the hard drive. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to reinstall Windows. So we're going to hit continue. There is no data on this drive, so we're just going to skip this part. So, well, personal settings and data backup, well, I said because there is no data on this computer. So, please remove... So it says, please remove any connected USB key or hard drive and then click restart. If the problem persists, plug in the USB key, reinstall, and we will install a fresh copy. Yeah. All right, so we're going to plug in the USB again. We had some success earlier. Now it doesn't want to work. Come on. Well, now I'll have to re-download the recovery tool and do it all over again. But I'm actually a little curious because it didn't load without the AC adapter. Let's actually see if the battery still holds a charge. Oh my god, it actually does. It's actually still holding a charge. I am impressed. Great. Now I gotta wipe the drive and start all over. Meanwhile, while it does its work, I'll go ahead and get Audacity installed. It installed 3.3. Well, I'm not surprised because this is an open source app. So I am surprised that I can actually run this thing on Windows 7. Especially on a PC from like 2015 or something. Whenever this thing was manufactured. And there's all the sample music. I was wondering about that. And what I usually like to do with the interface is enable the scrub ruler and change it to dark. And we can have some fun with the... We could have some fun with one of the sample songs on Windows 7. And we could play the whole thing backwards if we wanted to. Yeah, it's not... Oh. And another one of my favorite things I like to do with music is lower the pitch of them. See what they sound like at a lower tone. My favorite now is 0.8. It's negative 0.8. Let's just leave it as it is. There we are. And then let's play the whole thing backwards and sped up. So, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to install a plain copy of Windows 7 Home Premium, which is what this computer came with. I'll have to see exactly what this computer came with. And while this is going, I'm going to find all of its drivers, and then afterward we'll do the upgrade. Wow. Before the animation even finished, this I think is the fastest I have ever seen Windows 7. It is amazing. And there we are. We have a fresh copy of Windows 7 installed. So now I no longer need the CD, because now everything that we need is on the hard drive. And yes, that recovery media that I used is the same one that I created during that live stream that I ran during my first few months on YouTube. And of course, we know who was responsible for history being erased. But anyway, I don't want to misspell my name. And we're going to call it Inspiron. We're just going to name it Inspiron 5520 because that's what this computer is. We're going to leave the password blank. It should automatically detect the product key. If not, then I'll see what else I can do. Recommended settings. Central time. That is not correct. Currently, it is 1:47:31. No, 35. I'll do 35. And again, as I said, it does not have all the drivers, so we're going to get all those installed. Yeah, it did not take us that long at all, and we're at the desktop. That is insane. Let's just see. But let's just see what kind of battery this has. 43%. Let's see if it holds a charge. This still holds a charge as well. That's amazing. Let's see. So we need to get this on the internet if we want to activate it. I'm assuming that is true if we go into the properties here. Yeah, you can see this is just a plain copy of Windows 7. Or maybe I could download a tool like 7-Zip. So I'm going to install 7-Zip as well. This should be 64-bit. And we're all set to go with that. That's the latest version. And because that tool is free and open source, this is 46% done, and it's taking over an hour. It looks like it was successful. All right, we can close it because it is done. This says welcome, next, install. Now I'm gonna go grab another. Okay, so all it took was downloading the tool again, and this time using 7-zip to extract the files, and now we're getting farther this time. So we could have this thing fully restored in no time unless I do the right thing. Now, just for fun, now that we're getting farther this time, I don't think it is necessary to have this copy of Windows 7 on here. So let's do one of my favorite commands, deleting the C drive. Deleting absolutely everything off the C drive. This is just a plain installation. There's no recovery media. Even though this installation will end up corrupted once we reboot anyway, it doesn't matter what we're going to do now because we're going to be trying this whole restoration process again. I just wanted to see how close I could get with installing the OS that it originally came with when it was released, which was Windows 7. And it looks like that's already it. That was fun. And we can now see nothing works. Explorer shell no longer works. Internet Explorer 8 no longer works. Start menu is completely blank. Solitaire has no icon and does not work. Everything in the start menu is empty. Okay, even launch Explorer. I still can, but I'm getting... How are the sounds still working? That's weird. There's all the boot files. Interesting. Let's just restart. Activating the license, and that's it. The drive is not showing up. Weird. What I think could be the case is that for the time, I don't think USB 3.1 was more common. Alright, so attempt 2 at the system recovery. Let's let the tool load. English, we must accept. And with Windows Update on here, 45 were successful and some of them need a reboot. 9 of them failed. The remaining 36 were canceled. That is because we're running out of time. The Dell recovery, click on continue to, did not find any issues that we can repair, okay? So this time we're gonna press continue. We're just gonna skip the external hard drive. No USB or hard drive, continue anyway. If you don't attach a drive now, you will lose all your data. Yes, let's continue. And it looks like it said it skipped. One of the tests performed was canceled. So it looks like a separate USB drive must be attached in order to proceed. Ugh. Okay, well, that answers that question. Okay, so it looks like we must go through that data restoration process if we want to install the fresh copy of Windows. So that is what we are going to do next time. But at least now we figured out what was going on with that specific tool. Yes, this is the part everybody hates about Windows 7. Every time you shut down your system, it says installing updates. So that's where we're going to end this episode. So next time, we are going to do attempt 2 with this recovery of the Inspiron, this time with everything that it needs, and we will finish the process of installing programs and updates, and then preparing it for the upgrade to Windows 10, and then in a couple years, then I'll upgrade it to the tiny 11. I will upgrade it to Windows 11, and then this computer should be running a more secure update for years to come. So, until then, thanks for joining us, and we will see you in the next episode. Alright, it's time for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to finish up the reset and restore process with the Latitude E6540. Where we were at last time, we were halfway through updating Windows on this particular device, and we ended up creating recovery media for the Inspiron laptop next door. However, we had a failed attempt. We got to the portion of the recovery where it asked to save user files. However, I told it no, do not save anything, and I just told it to skip plugging in a device, and it just failed altogether. So we are not only going to finish the restoration of the Latitude, but we are also going to do attempt 2 at the recovery of the Inspiron. So what I do have here is the flash drive with the recovery media and a flash drive in which I'll be backing up audio files or something. And then I have a second flash drive in which I'll be saving files onto as it requests. Both of these are green 16 gig Lexar drives, which should work with this machine. Because that USB 3.1 drive that we did for the first time, it just stopped recognizing it after the first boot, which was such a shame. Alright, so now we are going to head into the recovery USB, boot off of that. And there's the Windows logo, or what's now considered the old Windows logo, because now there's a new one for Windows 11. I think Dell said this machine was compatible with Windows 10. And I believe the Vostro over here, which we'll be restoring next, I think it said that it wasn't compatible. I'll have to take a look. I guess it is compatible with Windows 10, but I guess I was wrong. Of course, we will do it in English. And of course, as we did last time, we have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the agreement and accept it. No errors. Let's move on. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Latitude here. And to show you that we still have some updates to do. And you can see it's always detecting too. Interesting. Including a preview of a framework from July of 2017. Sure, let's do those. Even though they're a little old. Okay, no issues we can repair. We don't care too much about that. All we care about is moving forward with the recovery process. Here's the part that everything screeched to a halt last time. We're going to continue. It wants an external USB hard drive. Can we insert like a USB, or do we have to use an external hard drive? Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's creating the backup. Cannot create data in personal settings. Can we get past this part or not? Looks like not. We will install a fresh copy of your operating system. Well, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to install a fresh copy of the operating system, and so far, we have not been getting anywhere. If we still seem not to be getting anywhere, what I'll be doing is I'll be installing the standard copy of Windows 10. Not sure what version it is, but I decided to put it inside of a jewel case, as what many people call it from the 90s. Many pieces of software back in the day came shipped in this jewel case. Oh yeah, and I wrote this, the latest and greatest from Microsoft. Yeah, I decided to write it down because at the time I created this media, Windows 11 was not even announced yet. So I'll keep that on hand in case I need it. But for now, that's where we're pretty much at. We're pretty much at a standstill with this. Now let's see how it does against a much larger size drive, because I think 16 gigabytes is too minimal for a 16 gigabyte. So I mean, this flash drive is 16 gigabytes, but I mean, think about it. If there's like files that, like, let's say are over 16 gigabytes, it definitely cannot fit everything on this one drive. So there needs to be a sufficient amount of space, and it looks like that's all it took. Just needed a much larger drive. And we are getting somewhere. So it backed up everything from the installation. No additional partitions to back up on system. Okay. I'm gonna have to see what's going on here. Now here's the problem. It says a media driver your computer needs is missing. So that's a problem. Yeah, I think we messed it up. Oh, is this what was going on? It said no partitions were found. Could that be the error we had? Great. I'm going to have to grab that copy of Windows 7 again. I'm going to reinstall Windows 7 Home. We should be able to get farther this time. Yes. We're going to delete the original installation. The original copy. All right. And now let's get it installed. So pretty much I'm just supplying a generic copy of Windows 7 that I made. Because just like with Windows 10, I have it in both 32 and 64-bit architectures. I created CDs for both. I've never seen this error before. Windows saved the current session to the disk because the battery reached its critical level. Before resuming Windows, the battery must be recharged or the system should be plugged in. If you have not done so, please shut down and charge the battery or plug it in. So, I have never seen that error before with Windows 7. That is completely new. So, it did hibernate. So it says, we'll perform the image using the existing hidden computer image on your machine. So that could be what is going on here. There's no recovery partition on the hard drive. So that could be the problem. For now, I'm just going to download all the drivers for this computer. Now Windows 7 is refusing to recognize the drive. Now it's refusing to recognize USBs at all, period. Even on a fresh installation. So this is an even bigger problem. Alright, so we can't seem to get anywhere with that procedure. So, what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to write the folder to a DVD, and I'm going to use that. So we're going to continue without scanning. I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to extract the files. So I'm going to extract the files from the folder. So let's extract all of the files. Okay. And we have the Win32 folder. Portable. And this is all of the stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this over to a blank CD. I'm going to copy it over to a blank DVD, and we will use that to run the software. And if we have to do the same thing with all of the drivers, we will do that. What did I just pull out? An SD card? Is there even a DVD drive on this thing? Oh, there is, right here. Sounds just like my laptop. My old one. All right. Okay, let's see what happens. So I'm going to send to DVD. This is rewrite. This is DVD-R. It was probably waiting to be recognized. So let's wait for Windows to recognize it. Let's wait for the disk to show up in Explorer before we tell it anything. And let's see, there is a DVD, but it's not recognizing anything. Oh boy, we are stuck again, aren't we? Because no matter what USB flash drive I plug in, Windows 7 is refusing to detect it on this particular machine. Alright, so it does read DVDs. That's good news. But Windows 7 on here does not want to detect. It does not want to detect a DVD, no matter how hard I try. Not even a rewritable verbatim disk. It doesn't even want to detect it. I have determined the problem for what is going on with the Inspiron. So, we have been having difficulty with the recovery because the recovery hard drive is pretty much missing. The hard drive that originally came with the computer. That has all of the recovery information on it. So when I tried to use that tool, it did not detect any of that recovery information, which I believe is essential for the recovery. So if it cannot find the recovery partition on the hard drive, then that unfortunately means that we cannot install the factory installation, which is very disappointing. So what I'm going to do instead is, right now I've just installed that generic copy of Windows 7. It's unactivated, but here is what I intend to do with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom installation of Windows 7 specifically for this machine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to include all of the drivers. So basically I'm going to include all of the drivers and programs and everything like that just to get it all done, and I'll have it fully automated. So all I can just do is tell it to wipe the partitions, install the OS, then install all the programs. Put on Audacity, put on the VLC player, install the drivers and everything. Just get it all installed from that one disk and be done with it. So at least we're going to get as close as we can get to the factory installation, but not quite. So for the Inspiron, we are pretty much at a standstill. So we are going to see what we can do with the Vostro. So let me show you the Vostro in its current state before we even go any further with the recovery process. So as I had mentioned already, it does have a copy of Windows 7 Professional, which I'm sure it's the organization copy because I did not see a Dell background or anything like that. I just saw the generic one. And yes, this does have its original hard drive in the system. So I think we may be in good shape for this recovery. Procedure. Yeah, one of the Alt keys does not work, but it's okay. It'll work. It'll do. But here again, this is attached. This again is attached to a domain. So there's no real logical way I could do the whole recovery initially, but let's see if I can do it within the recovery menu. And there's the Windows Vista boot animation. Okay, so it looks like there is a local user on here. It's named Dwayne. Okay, so we cannot do the recovery, but let's see if this even still holds a charge. Nope, the battery must have depleted in this one. Nope, so it looks like on this particular computer, the battery must have depleted. Alright, so as soon as these drivers finish copying over, that is where we are going to stop for this episode. So we did try our best with this again, but we have not been able to get anywhere with the recovery media from Dell. So what we're going to do instead is I've already installed a plain copy of Windows 7 for the time being, because what I plan to do is use these drivers that I just downloaded off of Dell's website for this machine, and I'm going to be using another computer to create a massive Windows 7 installation DVD that will come with all of the drivers pre-installed. It's not the one from the factory, but I'm going to make it close enough to the original factory installation. Yeah, I'm going to get it as close as I can to the original factory installation from Dell. And then once that is done, then we will move over to the Vostro and we will do its recovery and restoration. And hopefully by next time, we should be done with the Inspiron. And then we can get to work restoring the factory installation on the remaining computers, including the Lenovo, not this Dell, but this HP, and then we can get to work on other experiments and everything else. So we're getting close to a full factory installation on all these machines. The Compact already has its factory installation, so we're not going to need to change anything with that. So pretty much that's where we stand right now, but we are slowly working our way there. So we're getting close to having all these computers with the factory installations, but it's still going to take a lot of time and effort just to get there. This Acer, however, is going to be a little more difficult because the hard drive has failed, so I might consider running it off an SD card. I don't know, but I'll see what I can do about the Acer, and then by then we should have nearly everything on their factory installations, which will be great news. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. Time once again for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to be returning to the Inspiron and the Latitude. And yes, I am on a StreamYard with State College, as Lancaster just finished unboxing his WR30 from Midland. So, if you may remember the last episode, we had some difficulty getting the Inspiron fully restored to its factory installation. What we did was we tried various methods. We tried to see if we could back up the files off of it, and it wouldn't get past it. And then when I looked at the errors that it gave, it said no additional partitions to back up. And I found the reason when I used this generic copy of Windows 10. So basically I put the CD in the machine and booted it from the disk, and it said that a media driver couldn't be loaded. So that indicated the problem. So what I'll be trying to do is doing another attempt at the Inspiron, and also in between, we're going to be restoring the Del Vostro back to its factory installation. However, right now we're booting up the Latitude. It's still got to finish the updates that were successful. It had like 4 of them. I had to shut it off midway because I was out of time. So, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to first install the drivers for the Inspiron. Now, we can't do it via the USB because the machine, for some reason, doesn't want to recognize them. Hopefully Windows 10 will be a different story. But first, we're going to use this CD I created, which are all the drivers for this machine. So let's turn our attention there now. So basically, I downloaded all the drivers off of Dell's website for this computer. Now, whatever we can't install, it's okay. So if we open up the files, here they all are. So we are going to start with...
That's really cool so far.
Yep, so we're going to start with this... We're going to start with this TBM driver. I'm going to use the Windows 10 case so you all can see the screen. It is reading from a CD, so this will take longer than it usually does. And now the Latitude is restarting, and then eventually we'll be at the desktop on that, and we can get to work with the Vostro. That's the user account control. This is the Intel Turbo Boost monitor software. Continue. Yes. Okay. And we'll do, I'll just go ahead and run the other installers just like we did with the... And now this I installed last time was a generic copy of Windows 7 using the CD I created. So this doesn't have a product key attached. Signed exe title. This is the wireless display connection manager. So this would be the audio driver. This platform is not compatible or not in use. Well, we'll get back to that at a later point. But for now, let's move on to this next one. Yeah, this is from 2013. This is old. Dell Quickset from March of 2013. We're going to do the...
More than 10 years.
That's right, because when I was looking at the information on this specific computer, this thing was manufactured in 2012, which explains the Windows 7 sticker and the branding throughout on the keyboard and such. As I mean, at the time, in 2012, Windows 8 was also the main OS. However, very few computer OEMs chose to include Windows 8 in their computers. Like, for example, this HP, which did come with Windows 8. And yes, we will be restoring that computer back to Windows 8 in a future episode. So this next one has been finished, installed successfully. This is the processor control panel. That's a little tool that Intel provides that monitors the processor. This is the audio driver. Now, I'm not sure if Dell did anything with Realtek at this current moment, because I didn't know too much about. Because I mean, I only got my first Dell laptop in like 2015. This utility is only for PLDS. Alright, so that doesn't work. So I guess the DVD drive must have been replaced. But it's okay. Alright, let's move on to the chipset driver. But if we get any errors that this driver won't work, we can just skip those. Because I mean, I included all the drivers for the entire machine on Dell's website. So this is the chipset driver. We are finally getting in on the Latitude. Alright, so that was the card reader we just did. So now we're going to do the management engine. Next up is this D2D5DM1 driver. So that's a Seagate firmware update. So we're going to skip that. This is drivers for OS deployment. And it comes in these packages. So just like that one other driver, it comes in a security catalog. So let's move on to this monitor. Let's see what it's for. This is for Vostro, so that won't work. Touch monitor. This is for, here we go, Inspiron 5520. This is the model. You got to make sure that the models are correct before progressing any further. This is a monitor type driver for Inspiron 5520. That is the model we want, so yes. And it already comes in its own little folder. Oh, that's the same one we just did. Here's another monitor driver. Inspiron desktop, we want 5520. That's its catalog. And next up is digital delivery, which is a tool that Dell provides to re-download applications that you purchased. While we wait for that to load, let's go over to the Latitude, and I see it's got a few more updates that it has to do. So let's see which ones.
Do the updates do much?
Yep, I mean even after you install Windows, you still got to do a whole bunch of updates. Oh, it's currently installing other updates, so. Alright, we'll see, we'll let it finish that, and then we'll get back to it. So, in the meantime, let's go ahead and download the recovery media for the Vostro. And there's the digital delivery. Same error as before. I mean, then again, a lot of these updates won't work. And Dell Update is the tool that provides all the drivers and such for that particular machine. So we're going to go ahead and start the download of the Dell Recovery and Restore. Vostro 1540, that should be the one, though it said 1550. So we'll let that download. Management engine is done. No, I will not restart. This is that turbo boost tool, which we will not need. Package installed successfully. Okay, let's see what the, yeah, that's the audio driver. I need to restart. All right, I'm gonna go back in here and let's install the display driver. This is a little newer, and this is the same design used nowadays, except the colors are different. And I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention that, of course, since this is the generic copy, it's got all the sample songs. All right, this is the ELAN input device driver. That's for the touchpad. And all done. Changes will not take effect until you restart. We are not going to restart because we're in the middle of installing drivers. The BIOS is A07, so this is the latest, so we can skip that. And let's move on to the WI Max driver. That's the installer for the touchpad. There's that signed.exe title again. WiMAX link for 5520. Yep, that's what we want. So we'll go ahead and unzip the files. This is going to be the Pro set. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and start the next one. This is the Pro set wireless software for the Wi-Fi card included in this computer. Now we can see that it says the adapter is missing, so that means the software is installed. However, we are going to be installing that adapter as we continue through this process. So I'll show you what we have installed right now. So you can see there's the Pro set. This is the monitor. That's the firmware. And it also opens up this README document. So this is the instructions. And we'll move on to this one. While we wait, let's head over back to the Latitude because the download is finished. So we're gonna unzip the folder. Okay, there it is. It says that it's empty, but we have a solution. So we're gonna, oh, what did it just open? XPS viewer. I don't think you get that in Windows 10. Anyway, we're gonna open up 7-zip and we will extract the files there. So just like last time, we're going to use the 7-zip program to extract the files. Alright, so this is what we have. We have MST, we have a data1.cab file. Oh, this is another one of those Seagate updates. Alright, we can just go ahead and close that because I said we'd be skipping it. So we're just going to move on to the network driver. Now, I am a little curious to see what was installed on this machine. So, however, we can't log in. So what I want to try and do first is break the password to get in. So to do that, we're going to have to use the Sethic trick, as I like to call it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the 64-bit CD of the generic copy of Windows 7 Professional, which is what this computer was pre-installed with. I'm going to use that disk to replace Sethic. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the boot. I had to fiddle around with the keyboard. Oh yeah, it's low in the setup. So now we're working with 3 computers. We're downloading the driver, we're downloading the media for the Vostro. We're installing the drivers on the Inspiron. We're trying to figure out how we can get into the system here. We're gonna go to repair the computer, Windows 7. No, we don't need startup repair. We're going into command prompt. View advanced options. Here we go. Command prompt. That's what we want. So this is the recovery partition on the hard drive, and the D drive is the operating system. So let's see what this organization used. It's got Newton. This has Office 2007. Wow, an older version of Office running on Windows 7. Dang. So there were multiple partitions on this system. Anyway, we need to specify the drive. So we need to copy Sethic. So the last time this was used was 2018, and it says they removed Office and Office Professional. Let's see what other restore points are on this system. Looks like that's all of them. So the latest one was 2017, 2018. Man, this is pretty old. It had Chrome 58. One of my favorites, Google Earth. It's even got Google Earth Desktop. And it's even got Office Home and Business 2016. And it had Office Professional 2010. And then the rest of them are, I believe, security updates. So we got to do copy, yes, copy /y to say yes. That's what we want to do. That's going to be D Windows System 32. CMD, and then it's gonna replace D Windows Sethic exe. Okay. All right. So now it has been replaced. So we're gonna go ahead and cancel system restore and reboot. This is the ProSet wireless Bluetooth. This is HD graphics. This is the Bluetooth driver. Yes, install. Here we go. Here comes the display driver. You know what? Let's break into the system and just run Explorer. We're gonna run Explorer in the logon screen. Okay, next. No, I will not restart. Yep, just need to reboot. And that's for the network. And there it is. There's the Explorer shell. Now we can see all the programs that were installed on here. And yes, of course, we're in a system. So now let's take a look at the complete lineup of apps that were on here. So this business had Adobe Acrobat 9. It's got Adobe Reader 10. Of course, it has Chrome. It's got Google Earth. They even have Firefox. They even had Mozilla Firefox on here. What else? Inkscape. I think I've seen that before. I don't remember. And then pretty much the standard stuff. And then we have accessories. Connect to a network projector. I think this business may have disabled Arrow. We have Dell Data Safe. There's a local backup. Service agreements. The Data Safe Online. Dell Support Center. Let's see if we can run the recovery from this. Dell Support Center. Last scan. A system scan has not yet been performed. I don't know what that error is. Oh yeah, it's the license agreements. Okay, we're going to go to backup and recovery. This says you have not created a copy of the original software image. Why don't we do that? To log on to your computer, type, okay, so we'll type okay, well, oh, look at that. This is the desktop right here. That is nice. All right. Well, let's see if we can. So that's great. Let's go back in here and try it again. This is the factory installation, and this is what we're going to try and restore. Okay, so we have an administrator. We have Dwayne. So we are going to change the password for the Dwayne account. So let's change the Dwayne password. So we're going to do netuser Dwayne. So it's called netuser Dwayne. We should now be able to log in. However, we're going to need to restart because the machine is very unstable in that state. So it looks like we may be on the right track. But again, I had to force shut down because I can't restart when I'm using the Explorer on the logon screen. But that was cool. I got to run the Explorer shell on the logon screen. I mean, I had to try it because I'm not sure what's up with this keyboard. But so now we're going to repeat the same process as before, but we're going to use the new password. Like that. All right, so I do Control-Alt-Delete to sign in. And then we're going to type UAPC, the Dwayne account. So let's see if we can log in as the administrator. That says there are no logon servers available. And we have our first failure. Okay, so probably because another one is in progress, maybe. I don't know what this says. Let's just change the resolution so we can see. I know we need to go into. Let's move these down so I can go into screen resolution. Let's change it to 1366 by. Hey, there we go. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, we'll finish on that. And there's the Bluetooth GUI. All right, now we have a much larger screen resolution thanks to that display driver. All right, let's execute more. Let's see. That's the one we just did. This one is that wireless card that we just tried. Why don't we give it another? Let's give it another go. We have options. Let's just hit log off, see what happens. Ah, that was cool. All right, let's go back into the Sethic here. I know there's not enough storage available. Okay, we may be in good shape. We may be in good shape with this Wi-Fi card. We got networks. We got networks. There they all are. That is amazing. It's going to go off and on for a little while. We'll install software and stuff. But then eventually we'll have everything. We can get that hooked up. So far, we are struggling with this machine. A restart is required to complete. No, we will not restart. And we are done. Okay, perfect. So that's the Wi-Fi card that works with this computer. So now let's run the other one. That's the utility. So let's install it. That's if you intend on using a wireless keyboard or mouse with the machine. Hey, I was going to check on Windows Update, and it looks like it's ready to restart. Okay, so we've been able to gain access to the local users on this machine. However, we are getting a different error. I'll just log in as the Dwayne account, and when we try to, it says there are no logon servers available. There we go. We are on the internet. Tell that that's a home network. I'll show you what each of these buttons do. This opens the mobility center. What does this one open up? Ooh, a custom menu. And this opens the instant launch manager. So we can use that tool to assign a program or function. All right. So I've activated Bluetooth, but it's not doing anything. So let's cancel that for now. We want to ensure the best experience as possible. Sure. Welcome to Dell Recovery Basic Edition. Next. Factory recovery. This feature is not supported by your operating system. Create your factory media. Later. System backup upgrade required. Not having any luck, aren't we? Let's just see what booting in safe mode does. Rapid storage technology. Oh, that's not what I want. All right. So now we are going to need to install a better browser on here other than IE8. One of them being Microsoft Edge. So we're gonna download the latest browser from Microsoft, which doesn't work. No, we will not reboot at this time. Yep, we will need to restart. Let's see, where were we just at? We were at System Utilities is the next driver. So it looks like we can't get Arrow yet, but all right, let's see if we can log in safe mode. See if that works. We may finally be able to get in after fiddling around with this for almost half an hour. Oh, I just figured it out. We were specifying the domain because it said login as local computer, and here we are. It's about time. We fiddled around with this thing for hours and hours, and we are finally in. What a miracle. And it took me safe mode just to get in here, so that's awesome that we're finally in the system. This is good news. And I can see that the clock is way off, but we will fix that when we reset it. Let's see if we can run the reset in, say, Edmondson. Okay, so now that we're in, let's see if we can get it off the domain. So we're going to go into the properties here, and we will see, yes, this is Windows 7 Pro, Service Pack 1. It's not going to show an activation status, but we will change that. We're going to change settings. Advanced. You must be logged on as an administrator. Okay. So let's Let's switch to the administrator account. All right, well, let's switch it to the administrator. Account has been disabled. Let's go back into the Dwayne account and see if we can try the recovery. So let's see if we can attempt the restore in safe mode. Dell Support Center is not designed to run in safe mode. So ESPN, this says ESPN offline draft. My gosh. Simply Safety, Sonic Wall, Symantec. Ooh, this has Windows XP mode. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun thing to try out once I get it working. Meanwhile, back over on the Inspiron, we're getting pretty close to a finished product. We are on the Rapid Start technology. And if we take a look, does not meet the minimum requirements. All right, we can't do that. Let's see what this Toshiba is. What were we going to try and do? Oh, yeah. Microsoft Edge. 5520. Yep. Continue. So I needed to install a driver for the USB, and now it works. Alright, so what do we have to run to install? What do we have to execute? Does not work. This doesn't work either. Let's spam the errors. USB 5. Download for your device. Okay. Let's see what this is. Linux USB bootmaker. I guess that's, I suppose, if you're installing Linux. Okay, we are almost done. We have one more video driver set to install. We will be all set to go. That's the video driver. This is AMD. We have Intel, so we don't need it. And we're down to the last two packages. We have the VWD. No match drives. And this is Secure Systems Management. Continue. And we'll unzip the files. Okay, that should be all the drivers. This is the now preloaded reader. Okay, so that's all the drivers. So I'll go ahead and take out the CD. However, we do need to reboot for all the drivers to take effect. And I'll go ahead and delete these files. So we are going to restart, because it says a lot of the drivers need to reboot in order to proceed. So let's reboot, let's restart. This is the moment of truth. We have a welcome. There's the brightness. And if it all was done correctly, there it is. Windows Arrow. That is amazing. And it looks like it wants to restart again. Sure, why don't we? But look at that. We have the display drivers properly installed. So we got this thing nearly restored. However, I don't care if we install the Edge browser because you know what's coming next? Windows 10. This is amazing. Windows 7 in its true glory. This is just reminds me of Mac OS already. We have a now fully restored system. This is amazing. As we have the Windows Mobility Center, and this is all the Dell stuff. That is amazing. All right. Now, before we actually go any further, however, there is still one more step we need to do. Since Edge will not install, I'm going to see if the Chrome browser does the same thing. If not, I'm going to try and put a secondary browser on there, such as Brave. And if I can get it installed, then it should be able to work. Let's go back to the Vostro. We need net user, username add. We're going to create a test administrator account. So we're going to name it test add. And then we're going to add it to the group. So net local group administrators, the test administrator account, and add it to the group. All right, now let's switch users. And if we go here, we should be able to log in as the test account. And yes, we are. Okay, so now we have a fully working administrator. Now we should be able to do everything that we want to do. Okay, so it looks like that's not going to work. So let's just put the Chrome browser on there for now. Meanwhile, let's head back to the Vostro. So now that we've created a test administrator account, let's see if we can log in. Let's restart. Yes, I want to continue. All right, let's restart. And let's see what happens. Oh, and of course I can't forget about my favorite, one of my favorite programs on Windows 7, the Purple Place. This is the memory. Yeah, we know how the game works. I think with this touchpad it's a little difficult. I think when they were coming up with this game, I think they got the inspiration from the classic concentration bonus round or something. And that just shuffles them all around. I like the advanced nature of this game, but it's too bad you don't get it in Windows 7 Professional. And you don't get any of these games with Windows 10 either. But I mean, some clever engineers was able to create tools that allowed you to restore the functionality of these programs in Windows editions that are normally not included, with Windows editions that don't normally include this game. So I don't think this Inspiron would be the option for this stream. It's most likely going to be the Latitude. Yep, ran out of time. Okay, well, that was good. Alright, let's see if we can log in now. Hey, there it is. There's the test account that we had. And there it is. That was all it took. That's all it took to create a new administrator account in safe mode. And now, finally, we are in Windows 7 on this Dell Vostro. That is amazing. I am so happy. Although it took a lot of work to get us here. So, now that we're finally in, why don't we take a look? So now we don't need to detach it from the domain because now we can perform the recovery. That's awesome. So let's go into the Dell Support Center and open up the PC Checkup utility, which we will do the restore on. But before we go any further, we got to run one of my favorite programs, Google Earth. I mean, it's been a while since I've done a Google Earth program. I mean, I was considering doing a Google Earth show, but unfortunately, it did not get us far. As it did say in System Restore earlier, this was running Chrome 58. So this must be an older version of Chrome, and it also means that it must be an older version of Google. And that also means that the version of Google Earth installed is older as well. And you will see right now. We can see some of the changes the organization has done. Is that related to the display or oh yeah, it must be the background. I like the background too. That's pretty cool. So that definitely indicates that this is the factory installation. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a backup of the factory install, and then we're going to reinstall it. Yeah, this is very old. Oh, wow. Welcome to Chrome. You know, back in the day when my school had Windows 7, I was a regular Chrome user. But when I got this, I was still a regular Chrome user at the time. But then when Microsoft announced the Edge browser was going to be based off the Chromium engine, and my school started using that. So once my school's installations of Windows 10 began to include the Microsoft Edge browser, the new browser, the Chromium one, not the original, I actually started using that as my default browser. And it has been that way, and it's the same story for the computers back up in my office, my two computers that I have, the desktop and my laptop. This one as well, before the upgrade. And of course, since this is a new user account, we can just disable the tips. It's loading stuff. Let's see how the Vostro does against this. Oh yeah, it has my favorite tool, Flight Simulator. So we can just zoom in on a ton of random locations. let's just zoom into a random area on the map. I'm surprised that this Vostro, I'm surprised that this organization put Google Earth on here. I don't know what kind of purpose this organization was using, but whatever kind of purpose this organization was using it for, it must have been something different. I don't think this flight simulator works as. Oh, there we go. There we are. Help make Microsoft mouse and keyboard center better. What does that remind you of? That Windows Vista saying join the customer improvement program, which doesn't even exist anymore because it's been out of support for many years. Oh gosh, it's lagging. It is lagging. That is pretty unique. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs like Adobe Acrobat 10. Okay, well, we figured that out, so I'll just go ahead and close the browser. What kind of language is this? Okay, whoever used this last, it's apparently in Spanish. What language is this? Spanish? French? Did they have this in French the last time? I think so. Alright, but anyway, here's the main reason we're here. Backup and recovery. And we are going to create recovery media. It says, create system recovery media to restore back to the way it was in the event of a critical hard drive failure. That's awesome. So, oh boy, I don't know how many CDs I have. Well, we're going to do a one-time restore, but then at a later point, I'll be restoring it once more. So, we're going to create a USB flash drive for now. Has a special protected section of the hard disk that can be restored. It is important that you create this recovery tool. And in fact, I will show you. So, like, can we start a recovery from here? Oh, we can do it from here. I guess I don't need the recovery after all. Okay, so I guess we can do it from here. We are going to restore the entire system to the factory state. Yes, here we go. Your computer will be restored to the way it was on January 30th of 2012, the factory image. This might take an hour or more. So apparently Dell has been like many other manufacturers. They've been including recovery partitions on their hard drives of these computers. And once we're done here, I might end up creating recovery media for use in the future should I need it. So, we're going to go ahead and finally clear the organization settings and restore this back to the way it was when it was first purchased, back in 2012. So here we go. So it took us hours and hours of fiddling around with the user accounts and everything, and now the restore begins. And meanwhile, I will finish the setup on the Inspiron. Ooh, it's working better already. Windows 7. Alright, so now we'll be booted to another screen. And this is the page right here. So it says, before restoring the machine, you can preserve files that have been added or changed since the backup. We do not need to do any of that because all of the data that was previously stored is stored on the organization. We cannot access the other accounts on the machine other than the one I just created. So this is as far as we can go. So we're gonna let everything be erased. And this is the final warning saying that everything will be erased and deleted forever, and only the C partition will be deleted, and the other partitions of the system will not be impacted. So, yes, we want to do this, and away we go. The organization installation of Windows 7 is gone, and now we are restoring it back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory some 11 years ago. This is great news. Okay, the restore is complete on this computer. What I'm doing here is I'm installing additional updates. And as for the Inspiron, the restoration is mostly complete. However, I've still got much bigger plans with this computer. So I tried downloading the Edge browser through Chrome, and unfortunately it gave me the same error. So I'm just going to leave the Chrome browser as it is on this machine. We should then be able to upgrade it to Windows 10, and then we will try the restoration again with the factory image. And speaking of the factory image, now the Vostro has its factory image. So now we will restart it, and now we will watch a brand new installation of Windows 7 from 2012 boot up and set up for the very first time, as it was when it left the factory years ago. Well, looks like that's it already. I guess all the software was already installed. And look at that, this is the original factory installation. I am very pleased. So now let's go through the setup process. You know the drill here, English US. We're going to use the standard username that I do. I'm going to say Vostro 1550 just to be sure that everything is as accurate as possible. We are not applying a password. This is Windows 7 Professional Service Pack 1, and this is the agreement for Dell. We're going to use recommended settings because I know there's still a bunch of updates to do. Again, the time is incorrect, so we need to correct it now. Presently, the time is 3:21:10. And since this already has all the drivers installed, we can just connect it to the internet. And we are just about done. It's finalizing all the settings. And there we go. Look at that. That is the factory installation. Unlike that other one we were fiddling around with just a few moments prior. Or like before, that had a generic background. It had the factory background, but it did not have the factory launch screen background. So that's what told me that the whole thing was managed by an organization. So those organization settings are now gone forever, and now we are once again free to use this as we please. That is just amazing. I didn't even have to create recovery media at all from that utility. That is amazing. Because I didn't know this had recovery media already built in, so that is just impressive. And the Latitude is ready to restart for those updates. And here it is. We're almost at the desktop. This is the final step. And these are some of the updates and usage data and everything. We click finish, and it looks like that's it. Because I'm seeing a personalized settings window. There's the factory background. I'll let you just see the window, what it's doing. It's setting up everything. And that is it. Everything the organization had on here is gone. And now we have a fresh installation of Windows 7 Professional, exactly as it was when it was shipped from the factory. Although I already noticed the mouse is not acting as good as it did before, but oh well, it'll work. But as you can see, that is awesome. All the organization stuff is gone. So it looks like some of the stuff did... Oh yeah, the virtual PC actually came with Windows 7. These are all the virtual machines, so... wonder how we could set that up. So that is so cool. It's even got XP mode. So let's take a look. So we'll this is just like as if you were setting up Windows XP. Yes, let's start the setup. So if you had like Windows 7 Professional, Ultimate, and Enterprise editions, you could run a built-in virtual PC with a Windows XP mode. So that is so cool. I mean, I've actually seen a video on this tool once, but I don't think I've ever seen it get pre-installed by the manufacturer. So that is definitely worth looking at. I can control the brightness in the same fashion as we did with the Inspiron. That is awesome. And look, it even comes with its own internet security tool by Dell. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and activate the protection, even though it's already insecure. So let's just see what Trend Micro does. So we had all that bloatware. We had Chrome, we had Google Earth, we had all that. I am glad I took a look at all that before I did the reset. But now, I actually want to see if I could install it inside of a virtual machine and just see what ends up happening. So I'm just going to create the recovery media for it anyway. So put in the USB, and it detects it right out of the gate. So that indicates a fully working system. That is awesome. And then we can go to back here to Dell Support Center. And yes, we will authorize it to run for the first time. This is coming up as new volume, which means there's nothing on it. But it is important that I create recovery media for this machine, just in case I ever have to reinstall Windows. So that's cool what you could do with XP mode. Now we're going to create recovery media for this computer. Let's see, XP mode is still setting up. Unsupported software. You can see it no longer supports your version of the software. And I don't think this thing even supports Windows 10 either. Alright, as we did before, we're going to do a USB. And that's XP mode fully installed. That is amazing. USB. Next. This is great. We have Windows XP mode installed inside of this. Yeah, we can run everything we want to on Windows XP. Should come with all the games and stuff. Oh, yes. Of course it comes with my favorite. It comes with my all-time favorite. The pinball game. I'll just let the demo run. Insert with at least 7 gigs. Once you've created, do not remove or add any files to it. Yes. Alright, the media has been created. That was fun. Alright, let's go and shut it off here. So we gotta hit Control-Alt-Delete and then shut down. We want to end this virtual machine. So that's cool that we can do XP mode on Windows 7. So that is amazing how we can do all this. So we have all three of these computers restored back to their original factory image. This is on its original factory installation. This is as close as we can get to the factory installation. This is on its factory installation. However, the one computer, the other two that we still need to do, is the Lenovo and the HP. So those are the other two that we still need to do. However, from what it looks like right now, I think the Latitude can do a better job with streaming capabilities. So All right. Here we go again. Now we start with the 9. We'll clear the 9. Next roll, a 7. We'll do that. Next up, a 7 again. Let's do the 5 and the 2. Next roll, an 8. Clear that number off the board. Next roll is an 8 once more. Watch this, 4, 3, and 1. All that's left is a 6. There's an 8. And there's a 5. Well, we didn't make it 3 in a row this time for 10,000, but we're going to try again game number 2. And maybe we will do it. All right, first roll up is a 9. We're going to do the 8 and the 1. Okay, next roll is a 3. Let's clear the 3. All right, next roll is a 6. 4 and 2. Next roll is a 9. We'll do that. Next roll, please. A 10, which sadly ends the game. Well, we still couldn't do it, but we're going to try again tomorrow, and maybe we will win the 10,000. But until then, we'll see you next time. It is Tuesday, as the work week is just getting started here. Let's do 19 as our platter this time. And we'll start things off with 18. And there are the meatballs, 12. Eggs and toast, 21. Zucchini salad, 6. Vomit bun, and it's bonus time already. There. Don't like that. 5. Mushrooms, and 24. The salty oysters. All right. First offer is coming right now, and it is lasagna at a discount, which I say no. 15 are the onions, 3. Eyeless fish, 25. Philly cheesesteak, 14. Intestines, 13. Daikon. And now for our next offer from the banker. And let's see what it is. It's a nice, delicious custardy bun, but no thanks. 8. Banana surprise, 17. Fresh garlic, 10. Cigars, and number 1. Wing stew. Okay. Next offer is coming right now, and it is Napoleon Dynamite. Delicious, but no thanks. 16, and that was the cake. 20 was the pizza, and 23 was the dessert. Wow. 3 big amounts gone in one round. That is not good. And there's that custardy bun again, which I say no. Okay, let's do number 9. Fresh chicken and 26. Might as well. There go those peaches. I don't know if I actually would like the roast lamb, but we get a custardy bun. But you know what? I take that over the lamb, so I'll take the custardy bun. But what was on the tray? It was the fried rice, so made a good decision there. I'll enjoy that tonight. But we'll be in the middle of the week and maybe another delicious meal tomorrow, so come back then and find out.
Sorry. Starring Blue. I'm yellow. Hey.
Presenting Green. Well, I'm red.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Hey.
Sorry. Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
So that's what it's like to get left in the dust.
Could a dame get a break?
That's helpful.
All right already, Yellow.
Lady sings the blues.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Hey, that's exactly what I don't need.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
You always say that, Green. Start your engines.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Now I'm back in my element.
Foiled by my own kind. Now that's drama.
You're a real thrill seeker, aren't you?
Bump schlump, I'm not down yet.
The darkest hour is just before the dawn.
All right, now we see some action.
All right already, Green.
I hate you.
You didn't actually want to go home, did you, dude? Thanks, dude. I didn't really want to finish the game anyway.
I'd say sorry, but I was told not to lie.
The lady is earning her stripes.
Wow! I even impressed myself on that one.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Nobody wants to play with you when you're down in the dumps, dude.
Enough, Green. Sliding into first.
Red, you always say that.
Bus is leaving.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here. Reminds me of the time I drove my car in the Indy 500.
All right already, Red. I think my hair is starting to go gray.
All right already, Green. Reminds me of the time I drove my car in the Indy 500.
Am I blue? Heavens no, I'm safe.
Coming through. Beep, beep, beep.
Hey, since you're in the neighborhood, walk my dog, dude.
And they're coming around the bend.
Let me out of here.
Give me a Y, give me an E, give me a double L, O, give me a W. What do you got? You got go yellow. You sure this thing is safe?
get what I want.
Blue, you always say that.
Aboard!
Yellow, you always say that. It's kind of like doing the cha-cha, but with different moves and backwards.
Green, you always say that.
Nope, didn't need that one.
Luck, be a lady tonight. Aboard!
Just because you got the big 12, don't get a big head, brah.
Revenge is gauche.
Sorry, man, but not as sorry as you, dude.
Hey, how about a hand here?
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Sorry, bucko. You're on the road to Loserville.
Didn't your mother teach you any manners? I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
I could get used to this.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
I fold.
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Inch by inch, mile by mile.
Oh, do be quiet.
Come on already. Am I cursed or something?
You know, this is good. A time to reflect.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
I fold.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
And they're off!
That's quite enough out of you, Red. I do hate regressive behavior.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Well, that was helpful.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Officer, arrest those colors. They are harassing me.
So sorry. Not.
I'm just practicing some good juju, dude.
Hey, I'll block and you make a run for it. Whoa, what a rush!
I won't be alone for long.
You always say that, Blue.
My moves may be small, but they'll add up to a big blue victory.
I'm just lulling you into a false sense of security.
Undeniably, irrefutably safe.
Red gets all the good moves.
That's cool. I'll just wait here.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Sliding into the sweet smell of success, dude. Yo, excuse me for sucking air, dude.
Knock louder next time. Maybe I'll kill.
So, I'm a late bloomer. Sue me.
Get ready for one lean, green fighting machine. Ow!
All right already, Green. Mix 'em up this time, huh? Baby steppies. How's about a game of hide and seek? You hide, and I'll win.
Whee! Someone could get hurt on that thing.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Guess now we know who the big man on beach is.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
All right already, Red. Go west, young dude. Go west.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
Enough, Blue.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
Slide, slide, slippity slide.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Yo, the sweet smell of safety, dude.
Enough green. Whoa, what a rush.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Whoa, what a rush.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
Hey, thanks for waiting for me.
Red gets all the righteous moves, dude.
Nothing can stop me now.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
There seems to be some sort of mistake. Good things come in small packages.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Whoosh! That was close.
Yellow gets all the good moves.
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up. It's a grand slam.
Love means never having to say you're sorry.
That's okay. I'm in no hurry.
Yellow, you always say that.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Don't worry, I'll be back. You didn't have many friends, did you?
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
I know a shortcut.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Don't move any closer or you'll be sorry.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You're such a lucky pawn, Yellow.
Mellow.
Baby steppies.
Enough, Red. Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude. Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Ready or not? Here I come.
I'm in the time of my life when safety is crucial.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
That's quite enough out of you, Yellow.
I'm out of here.
Enough, Green. Shuffle, shuffle while I eat a truffle.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
As the saying goes, once bumped, twice shy. I'm walking behind you.
Enough, Blue.
Yellow a go go dig daddy o. Yellow a go go dig daddy o. Helter skelter.
Excuse, dude.
You're starting to bore me, Green.
Honey, I'm home. A few steps closer to destroying you all.
Excellent. Sometimes a couple of steps is better than a couple of miles.
Green, you always say that.
Boy, I'm caught in a pickle.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Smashing. Darling, you don't mind too much, do you?
Do it again and I'll think about it for a while. Then I'll kick some serious pawn.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Yellow, you always say that.
Aboard!
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
Thank you, thank you. I learned that one from a Tibetan monk on Venice Beach.
Oh, Green, you're always talking. Nope, didn't need that one.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
My moves may be small, but they'll add up to a big blue victory.
You always say that, Blue.
Give me a Y, give me an E, give me a double L, O, give me a W. What do you got? You got go yellow!
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Show me the mean, show me the green, show me the ones who beat all the teams.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here. I could really use some help here. Hey, how about a hand here?
Oh, do be quiet. You boys are always in such a rush. Baby gets a new pair of twos. It has never taken me long to go far.
You sure this thing is safe?
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
All right, now we see some action.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
4 is a 4-letter word. I do hate regressive behavior.
Big things come in small packages, you know.
Now this is the way to get around the board.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up! Eureka! I have found it!
Red, you always say that. Bravo! Bravissimo!
Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Yahoo!
Yellow, you always say that.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who will be the next to go? Double bump, twice the dump, dudes.
It's good to be the king.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Whew, I'm gonna need some medical attention, dude. Get ready for one lean, green fighting machine. Ow! Don't forget to pick up some beverages and tasty eats on your way home, dude.
Oh, that's a technical knockout. Sorry.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
I don't need to win dirty.
Oh, do be quiet.
One foot behind the other gets you home. Go west.
Aha! We're on the home stretch.
Love means never having to say you're sorry.
You gotta take 'em one space at a time.
Sorry, man. But not as sorry as you, dude.
I'll remember that.
Back! Back, Sheba! Back! I'm out and I'm gonna get back in. Trust me.
Revenge is gauche. It would be dull if I always got what I wanted.
Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
Little baby steppies.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
You're all wet, and I'm high and dry.
All right already, Green. Right into the safety zone.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Lady sings the blues.
I meant to do that.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up!
You have no soul.
I'd say sorry, but I was told not to lie.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
Here's yellow.
So many squares, so little time. For you.
Red, you always say that.
Aboard!
Just because you got the Big 12, don't get a big head, brah.
Yellow, you always say that.
So that's what it's like to get left in the dust.
Enough, Green.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Slide bump, slide bump, slide bump. It's a red slide bump.
All right already, Red.
And she's off. All things come to those who wait.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Sorry, didn't need to toot me own horn.
Ball carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
You left the door open.
Red gets all the good moves. Almost home already?
You go, girl.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah. Hop, green, hop, no stop until the top. Hop, green, hop, no stop until the top. Go west, young dude, go west.
Aha. We're on the home stretch.
Time to turn this trio into a quartet.
You go, girl. What's up? Number 3 and going strong.
Green, you always say that.
Man, just when I thought I was sitting on top of the world.
Aboard!
All right already, Yellow. That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
You always say that, Green.
Don't worry. I'll be back for the rest of you. You boys are always in such a rush.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Wow! I even impressed myself on that one.
Oh, do be quiet.
You can take my car, brah, but you cannot take my spirit.
Reminds me of the time I drove my car in the Indy 500.
All right already, Red.
We're all 3 good-looking guys.
That's quite enough out of you, Yellow.
And they're coming around the bend.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Together, together, we are the mighty red team. Together, together, we are the mighty red team.
Where were you when I needed you?
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Oh, man. No way. No way.
There's always next time.
Aboard!
You'd better have a darn good reason for being here.
That didn't help me one bit.
That's the sort of move that separates the blue bloods from the rest of the colors.
You always say that, Blue.
I'll get there in my own time, thank you. Whoa! Oh no! Oh no!
still into the analog sign-offs, am I? Weeks after, well, that. It's actually been a week since that that important day, hasn't it? Alright, well, hello everyone. We're gonna finally get going with Roblox in a moment. Sorry for the delay, for the long delay. Had all that catch up to do, and I didn't set the programming up correctly in time. I think it was the setup last night was mostly rushed. Yeah, last night's setup was was pretty rushed. Prank was today's word. Oh, speaking of prank, which is today's word, if you weren't watching when we left the air last night, what is up with this? Here are the two messages Alex sent me, and I'll play them both in order.
Laugh out!
Yep, that's what he sent. And I played around with one of them right here. Yep, and I slowed it down. Ah, how fun that is. How fun that is. But yeah. Anyway, aside from that, I've been, I guess, quite busy today. Had my math course today, and well, let's not go any further than that. But I will tell you that I did play catch up last night, and I realized that let's see. So yesterday, I didn't even have a lot of time, because my mother was just about to leave when I came out. And I was thinking, okay, so if the catch up game is going to take a long time, and got to be at the door at like a certain hour, I pretty much need to pretty much add more time. So, in this particular case, I've decided that I will be adding another 15 minutes on, so I could have more time to do a catch up of products, and then now be out the door by 15, I believe I've heard. But anyway. And I was also hearing about the severe weather risk for today. This is from yesterday. If we look at the risk today, you can see it now says max risk moderate, which is bad. And then look over there. That's a marginal. That's a large marginal. And I have already set that up. Chicago actually is under the marginal risk tonight. And I believe there is stuff expected to happen. From when I looked at ABC's weather radar, well, right before Jeopardy came back with Final Jeopardy, I saw what was expected. So, well, let me scroll. It looks like it's going to be about... So it looks like we might be getting some stuff tonight. Actually, it's actually not going to be that long at all before stuff actually ends up happening. So, oh boy, this is going to be a crazy night, let me tell you that. And now that I'm aware of this marginal stuff, let's get everything ready. Let's get all right on. But we have a problem. Lockport is off the air, which is bad, because I was going to start my Lockport stream, but I said I already have a stream of Plano. Now let's see if Chicago even made a state. Yeah, here we go. They've made a statement about Lockport. So it says technicians have been notified of the service and it will be restored as soon as possible. So Plano is the alternate transmitter for Kendall. So we could tune most of my radios to Plano for the time being. But of course we have KW39 Chicago, which is already part of my monitors, so it shouldn't really be anything too different. So I guess until the service comes back, some of the radios that I have on Lockport, I'm going to put them on Plano right now. See, I'm gonna change their channels to Plano, which is the alternate transmitter for my county. So yeah, so it's gonna be a little bit of a different sequence. Channel. And over here. No, not location. Channel. Change it to channel 1. And I'm going to switch the Zone Guard's channel to channel 1 as well. Actually, I don't even know if channel 1 is even a good idea, but what the heck? Let's try it. So, until we hear that Lockport is back on, oh, then I gotta switch the HH2, so let me change its frequency. Okay. So it will also be on Plano for the time being. So it's just going to be one radio getting marine warnings, and the rest of them are just going to be getting usual stuff. So it's not going to. So this is going to be a little bit different than how it's normally done, and I understand that. I believe I was told about. I can't remember. Was I told about the service outage yesterday? It was. So it looks like it's been off the air since yesterday. So it looks like, as far as I see, the station has been offline since yesterday. And like I said, so yeah. I found out that, yeah, June told me that Lockport has been off the air since yesterday. Yeah, he told me about that yesterday. So we're just waiting for them to. They're going to look into the root of the problem. So until then we have. KXI 58 Plano, which will take over for Lockport for most of my radios until Lockport is back, until Lockport is put back, until KCC 81 is put back in service. Besides, Plano actually serves most of Lockport's coverage, in fact, the majority of it. That is all but Lake and Cook counties and Northwest Indiana, all but that. So of course, if something gets issued for Kane, it will take Kane. But as an added bonus, we get DeKalb County, which is something Lockport does not cover. So until Lockport comes back, Chicago KW39 will be set off for the marine areas, Cook and Lake counties, and in Northeast Illinois and Northwest Indiana, respectively, along with Porter. Now, I would put my Lockport stream on, but there already is a stream of Plano, so I won't need to do anything on my part tonight. So I will not need to do anything in these regards. Anyway, as I'm still finishing playing catch-up here, we'll get to our first Roblox game in just a second. But let me remind you all once again about this week and how it's going to go. As you all may know, tomorrow will be our weekly test stream, our weekly test morning stream, that is. Yeah, weekly test morning stream, so do that. I'll actually try to get it on at 6:10, so we can be out the door at 6:15. I did hear about some rain in the forecast, so we'll have to see how this will affect our ability to do Downers Grove tomorrow. So we'll see how this will affect it. I don't know if it'll affect it in a good way or a bad way, but we'll see what happens. If we end up doing Downers Grove tomorrow, then good, then great. If not, oh well. I mean, like I said, there are days where the weather cooperates and there are days where it doesn't. And tomorrow could be one of those days, but oh well. Who knows? We'll see what ends up going down. We'll see what ends up going down. And then, hopefully this time I'll be back. I hopefully should be back in time to play catch up with all the products, and then hopefully I get back home in time before the severe weather event here in Chicago happens. I'm not sure if Chicago has released any. I was just there to look at the transmitter info, but now while I'm still here, let's see if there's any information. Yeah, here's what they're saying. Let's see, there's the marginal area there. You can see we're in the level 2. The 3 is like farther south, so as I've said, I have everything ready to go for that. And then it just says sometime between Wednesday afternoon and evening, but the details are going to become more and more clear as we get closer. As we get closer to the event actually starting. Yeah, as we get closer to the event actually starting, we will eventually get the details. And then Thursday, as a reminder, we won't be starting Plainfield TV in this form. And in fact, this will be the case for the next few days. That's why I'll be going to my grandparents, spend some time with them for a few days. So, and I'm looking forward to bowling on Friday. I'm looking forward to that. And then, so we'll do backyard baseball at 5. I'll try to throw a fun night stream in. However, I'm waiting for another chapter to open because I gotta find some time to take care of that, because I want to have it open as soon as possible. I already emailed my instructor earlier as soon as I finished that one review assignment, and now waiting for her to respond. About as of 4:30, I have not seen anything happen, so I'm gonna wait. I think she'll probably see it tomorrow morning and she'll probably take care of it, but I'm gonna wait for now and see what happens. If so, then I'll just take all my note material, and that's what I'll probably be spending my time doing. Because I have been keeping up with the class, with my part-time job and everything, so I've been doing very well in staying on track. All of that. But if I have to play intense catch-up, and if we have to take Minecraft off the schedule next week because of that, oh no, that's not going to be possible. But we'll see. If we have to take another program off the schedule because of that, then we will, and we will do just that. Yeah, then we'll do just that. And then what? And then Monday, I should be back here, and should be back here hopefully in time to do the Minecraft show. That's right. Yeah, for Minecraft. And then Tuesday will be Roblox, and then actually on Wednesday of next week, we'll be here. Wanna know why? That's because the primary worker where I'm doing my part-time job at will actually be out of town. So so I won't be coming in next week, which, I mean, it's kind of a shame because you won't be getting a Downers Grove episode, but but some other good news is that, of course, we'll be doing the weekly test show here at home that week, so that is gonna be fun. Before we get back to the so-called temporary normal. Yeah, I'm looking forward to enjoying Downers Grove. There was actually something I forgot to mention about yesterday's part-time job. I forgot to mention something, and it was actually something to do with the row fanning thing that I was discussing about just a moment ago. At two different points during the main part of the job, mainly while updating the iPads and resetting one of the Windows PCs, I actually heard the horns of two separate trains. One most likely being an inbound metro train, and the second being a BNSF. I confirmed one just from the horn, but I could not confirm the other, of course, but there is a good reason for that. So, but anyway, yeah. So that's what happened. That's what's going to be happening over the course of next week. Then, of course, even after all that's said and done, I still got some catching up I need to do. But like I said, I'm waiting for that thing to open so I can take care of it, before next week. So I'm just waiting for it to open it up, and then as soon as it opens, I will get that taken care of. But I'm not going to do it tonight because I don't want to be too stressed out again because I need some time. So then I guess let's get this thing started then. Here is Trains versus Cars. Train Simulator. This looks like an updated one. What's this? Train Crossing Exploration. Let's start with this one. Looks like the control to run does not work here. Oh my goodness, trains are actually running here. What is that? The GTA 5 train? Goodness. And here's where we spawn our vehicles. Looks like that's the end of it. So there's actual working trains. There are actually working traffic lights. And these are all GTA Grand Theft Auto trains, apparently. Still, that's an interesting one. Let's head to destroy San Francisco now. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Anyway, I think we need some better music to accompany this thing. Oh yeah, it was this. Not this one. This one here. Ah, I love that one. Where's the one where I called ad symbols and stuff like that? Starring with the at symbol. That's a moment I will never get enough of. That is a moment I will absolutely never get enough of. How much larger it can go. Oh man, is it the end of it? But of course, being how well coded the script is, it chooses to play it again. Now I'm taller than all the buildings. Actually, let's play it back through here. Alright, never mind. Yay, this is the Maryland. Yeah, I think I did it too soon. The beach. I had this thing fly all the way. My goodness. Did everything I wanted to do anyways. Oh my god. Zero. This is the Maryland. This is the Maryland.
None of those. Next player.
Player. And let's put David in the mix of all this.
Space. Narrator. Roblox window. Space. 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 Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Percent sign. Space. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. D. Cap S. Cap D. Cap D. Cap W. Cap D. Cap S. Cap double. Cap S. Cap W. S. Space. A. Double. S. A. W. Space. A. W.
In the ocean.
A. S. W. S. S. A. W. W. A. A. W. W. A. S. A. S. W. D. S. W. W.
Okay, that's enough. It's time. All right, Beat the Bridge is on its first break.
Space.
Let's continue.
Space.
With this
5. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Cap D. Cap double. Cap S. Cap W. Cap S. Cap W. Cap escape. Enter.
now. All right, that's enough. Oh yeah, this was the game I was thinking.
Hashtag WPLDEA. Hashtag server mark. Hashtag WPLDEAS log double. YouTube window. Live streaming. YouTube Studio. Scan. Live streaming. YouTube Studio has finished loading. Live streaming. YouTube Studio. Live streaming link. YouTube.
It's not gonna read it.
Copy Control plus C. Menu I. Copy. Live stream. Roblox window. Roblox window. Scan off. Escape.
Music first.
0. Enter. Escape. Escape. Cap D. Cap D. Cap W. Cap E. D. W. Cap D. W. A. Backspace. W. Vertical bar. W.
What?
Vertical bar. 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 W.
That's interesting.
Cap D. Space. D. W. Space. Space. Backs. W. W. E. Backspace. W. W.
Oh, it automatically refills the ball pit.
W.
Cool.
W. W. Next rating, no next table, 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 new tab. App scan, no next radio but e.google.com selected, address and v, address, load,
Fuzzy
text
green
translation
dude drew I'm
main,
in call.
scan off, a. Google Translate.
Fuzzy green dude drew I'm in call.
Source text. Fuzzy green dude drew I'm in call. Scan off. D. W. D. D. Space. Double. Google Translate. Stop
Fussy green
listening.
dude drew I'm in call.
Scan. Listen to source text.
Fussy green dude drew I'm in call.
Server sidebar navigate. WJONIP radio. Hashtag John. W. Channel. Bullet. Channel. Main. Message at Yelekthilembine 391. Edit. Messages in list. Yelekthilembine 391. Sorry if I didn't last long. I was trying to configure my network with a different router and it just ended up being a piece of crap. June 14th, 20. Yelekthilembine 391. Copy at Google. Scan off. V. Listen.
Plan failed.
Listen to source. Google.
Plan failed. Plan failed. Plan failed.
At Yale. Scan off. At Yelekthilembine 391. Discord pane. Chan. Message app. Speak at SPCPlainfield Studio said that's already done. And you've happened to come just in time, because the random character extravaganza is about to start. Messages in list. SP server sidebar navigation. WPLD mark full server action Roblox window. W. A. S. D. W. W. A. W. W. Space. A. Space. D. Double A. W. Carrot. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. At symbol. 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 Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Tilde. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Asterisk. 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 Colon. Greater than sign. Less than sign. Greater than sign. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Backslash. Down arrow. Arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Escape. Backspace. Hashtag WPLDEAS log WPLDIP radio. Discord pane. Hashtag dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Plus sign, plus sign. Add. Opening brace, closing brace, opening brace, closing brace, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar. Single quote, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, cap W, cap W, cap D, cap W, cap W, cap A, cap W, space, 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 cap D, space, cap D, space, space, backspace, cap A, D, W, W. Opening bracket, closing bracket, backslash, 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 W, space, E, W, E, S, W, E, R, cap Q, D, W, double D, space, space, cap D, W, 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 double, space, cap D, cap W, cap W, cap W, cap W, E, W, E, U, S, J. Period. Greater than sign, less than sign, greater than sign, less than sign, greater than sign, less than sign, escape, enter. Less than sign, 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 less than sign. Less than sign, less than sign, less than sign, less than sign, less than sign. Less than sign, 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 less than sign. W.
Can't run. Bummer.
A. W. W. D. W.
Destroyer centipede. What
D.
is this?
Space. A. W. D.
Can you
W.
drive
D.
it?
D.
Oh my god, I can't.
D. 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 W.
No way.
A. 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 D.
What is this?
A. S. D. W. A. A.
What is all
W. D. Escape. L. Enter.
Greatest. Okay. What do we try? What do we try? Lakewood, we haven't been here in a while. Right, that's the end run. I'm on my way. Kind of cool. Remember this place, folks? I do. Easy button folder. Hey there, Tab Fred. Read message. Alright, back to tic-tac-toe. D.
OBS 3.1.0.bullet. Hashtag
Bullet.
channel.
W W W W W.
Backspace.
Yep, I've confirmed it. And I've switched all my radios over to Plano. As I've said, until Lockport comes back. So as I've talked about earlier, Lockport is off the air for now. So Plano will be taking over for the time being.
Semicolon.
No, ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////
Oh, Drew's watching Wheel of Fortune.
Well, unfortunately, Bingo Blitz and Tic Tac Doe are done. I just found out that they're both shows are on reruns now. So yeah, both shows are on reruns now. So.
Can't push the bucket. What a shame. And that's as far as it goes. And just skip this. Alright, I think it's time we add some music onto this. Nah. Yeah, that one. Turn the narrator off. Knock down a little bit. I'm gonna get my phone ready for the 1% Club, which is about to start. Yep, there's the countdown. TV show is starting soon. Tune into Fox and play along in 5 minutes. Let's crank it up. Alright, I guess we can unmute. Yeah, I guess. Turn the music off. Wow, good start to this game so far. I only missed one question, but we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out. Continue the song, please. I'm good. Oh man, what's your bid?
second to last break. Wow, these past two questions were quite tricky. Yeah, they were very tricky. Alright, continuing. Again.
not doing well in the second part of the game, am I? We've made it. 1% question. Coming up after the break. See if I'm smarter than 1% of There's the first strong thunderstorm statement. Let's put this on in case that warning comes up. complete waste of time. With that over with, let's get back on the road and continue. Oh wow, the game actually crashed because the thing just stopped. Alright, but yeah, we're done with this game anyway. We're gonna move on to another one now.
Plan failed. Plan failed. Fussy green dude drew I'm in call.
That's Google Translate saying the. But yeah, we're done with that game anyway. We're gonna move on to the next one now. What else have we not played? Okay, it's muted. So we're going to go to destroy a bridge now. Alright, I've went ahead and muted the sound. We're going to reset the bridge. And we're going to do so for this next act. Apparently playing Wilderness really loud was enough to silence my microphone. Yeah, there's still so much stuff going through. So let's pause for a bit. All these sign offs. Wow, that's a massive warning from GSP. Alright. Okay. So, with that, and I don't think anything else has happened with Chicago yet, but of course I expect that to all change later. Alright. So, while I take a good quick break and have some popcorn for a bit, let's head over to DeKalb and see what kind of stuff we can see.
ready, well, we're almost ready to move on to the next stage of this week's Roblox show. I've already gotten a song in mind for the next round. But before we do that, there's something I would like to go back on Alright, there were some weeklies I had to go back on here. Where are they? There they are. Alright, is that it? Yep, that appears to be all of them. Oh, wow. Wow, this guy's over 5 hours long already. Alright. Everything is in there, and I will get to the catch-up process. We reach the end here. Let me get Carney back on. Off. I add off my screen. There we go. That's this continuity thing. It's a cookie jar logo history. It's not any of the fake versions like donut jar or all that. Alright. Destroy a city is where our next act will take us. But I'll first wait for any music to start playing before I hit the volume button, because if I do it too soon, then the music just might continue to play. I'll go ahead and silence the music because that isn't a part of what's to come. But we need the corresponding album art because the song that's going to be part of this next act is complete without the special album art I put together for it. But it's something I have not yet rolled out across the board. But I will roll that out at some point later on. Probably around the time when I upgrade my phone, I'll probably roll out the new album art. Well, that is if I even still have any interest in it. But so far it does look like I am still showing interest. Did John even relay that flash flood warning? How come I did not, let me see if it went through. It did. Okay, good. I was just making sure. That things went through when they should. Oh yeah, and there's something else I still gotta do too. I still gotta put the nostalgia footage together. Here's the album art. I don't need any of this
other stuff. And we can just put this in a multitask view. Yeah, here's the Google Translate thing we were dealing with earlier.
Fussy green dude drew I'm in call.
Jeez Louise, that was kind of loud. Good thing I noticed that.
Fussy green dude drew I'm in call.
And then here's this.
Plan falled. Plan falled. Plan falled. Plan falled.
Plan falled. Plan falled.
We could play that in Spanish.
Plan falled. Plan FA. Plan falled.
Plan falled. Plan falled.
Oh, that's lovely. That is just lovely. Let's keep this right here. Actually, I've got a better idea. Let's put the album artwork and what we're going to be playing next on this side, while you see the destruction on the right-hand side of the screen. And I'll remember to perfectly time it. And maybe I might want to turn the Roblox game down a little bit. There we go. And just for fun, let's turn the desktop audio off. Now, before we start this next round, before we start the next act, I don't think I went into much more detail after those 2 audio clips that Alex sent me last night. I don't think I went into too much more detail on those. Well, after I saw him send those 2 clips, I was thinking, does he want to start a call with me or something? Well, I waited, and he didn't. Well, I waited to see if he would, but he didn't. And then, well, I don't know. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. I see, yeah, I do see. I just looked at the radar. Oh, this is gonna be a wild night tonight. Well, I actually might wanna change some settings on these things before we. No. Damn it, actually, let's see if they fix lockbook yet. Nope. Set this on display. And of course, per our usual practices, I usually turn some of the louder radios off, and I mean off completely. Well, not the device entirely, but rather the siren. But of course, if the ER-10 ends up receiving a tornado warning tonight, somehow, if one does end up getting issued, then of course it's going to bypass display. It's going to override display and do voice, which is a I guess in some way that's a safety feature, but I guess some might find it annoying. But well, especially with me, when it comes to severe weather in the middle of the night and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, that was the mistake I made last time. It was overrated. I didn't have this on display. I don't think it was that mainly, but that it was. No, I think alright. All the stations ready to go for tonight. They all have to do is restart the station and it will be all to go. Yeah. Starting here, especially like a few moments ago. Well, I think I need some this part because I've seen more intense part is not really tonight. I'll pass it. Oh, wait. Okay, I am in Chicago. It's gonna disrupt my dream of he's in the pool along with me with something we're about to play. With something will be accompanying this week next act. But let me finish here. So, as I said, yeah, we're still here. Well, let's leave first. But I'm playing right now. But if it happened, you know, there probably was stuff going on in Chanhassen, but nothing was doing that. I think it's update. But yeah, I have we're going to some way last we'll at 10:30 so I can edit the compilation is simple as that. But as I said, I would be allocating another 15 minutes of my catch-up time, so that way I have time to play catch-up with this. Everyone else to be done, and then I'll go. I'll take another piece. But I do wish to play catch-up. Like, Jesus, I don't know how to do. Because I'll be on only for a few days instead of multiple weeks, like the last time. But of course, that picture of the alley you're seeing in the corner, I think as well as one there. Because I mean, I really enjoyed how I ran that from the test and tried out with the ushers and I'm lucky outcome. And of course, I chose perfect music going with it. And now we're about to put all this together in this neck. I gotta make sure that my mic is still audible because playing Wilderness at 200% was enough to silence my microphone for some odd reason. Oh boy. But then, like I said, we still gotta work on getting that Octoplex into service. But there's still one more element that we need to do. As I've said, there's still one more element we gotta get done. We gotta send those other computers back to the school to be recycled. And this time I did bring the box up so my father will remember. So those laptops are going to be going back to the school. And they will be recycled. I'm keeping both ThinkPads and that Inspiron. I'm keeping both of them. But it's time to go with that right now. I want to deal with getting this hard subject out of the way first. Before I go any further. Well, I want to get this hard subject out of the way along with the Lawn of Oaks weekend first. I want to get those out of the way first before I go dealing with before I deal with the Octopus again. But anyway, everything I explained earlier about the week, I'll re-explain those again later when we get to a later point. Anyway, and then that's enough waiting. I'd say we commence this act. That's a lot of destruction we did in just that one part. But there's still more. Let's do this one next. because now I'm going to need more time to download and get caught up, and also set up tonight's monitors too. Okay. Yeah, I think we've done enough. So. Okay. And speaking of ketchup, we're going to do some more of that now. Okay, next one. Looks like nobody took the tornado warning. Alright. We are almost ready to start the final act. Well, there we go. Driving a forklift, that was fun. Okay. Let these rounds of products relay, and then we're gonna let these products at the moment relay, and then we will then start the editing. I'm getting the sign-off clip ready, as well as the Verizons. Every single one is participating. All right, so now let's set up the step for tonight. Now, the Springfield is still in the middle of doing their A-Loops update. I do not think it would be appropriate to add them to the list. So as I said, I'm going to wait for the current set of products to finish relaying, and then we will restart the station. And I will add Kansas City. Let's see when Indiana could do some stuff tonight. Not just Northern Indiana, but Grand Rapids as well. Okay. That is ready to go.
like I said, we're gonna let everything relay. Then I'll reboot the station. We'll start editing the event, and then at 10:45, so that's in like another half hour, we will get the Verizon set to go for tonight. So the router radios have been silenced. Okay. All right, I've got my phone ready for tonight. So this is the last one that needs to relay, and then we'll start the reset process. But the question is, I don't know how many of these Verizons we're going to be able to fit on the screen at one time. All right. Or we could just do the plain old catch up. Plain old process we have been doing for a while. Although with however many products we have here, we're going to have tonight, I think just doing them all separately is a better option. And if we have to move the catch-up process to a later point, we will do that. I want to be sure I stop 5 minutes to departure, if that is the case. All right, that's it. Okay, that's it. Save it. Okay, time for the reboot. Okay. All right, the conference file is good, and it is all set. And perfect timing, we've just completed catch-up. This time you are. Because we just finished playing catch up with all these products, and now we're piecing them together. A lot of them, in fact. Yeah, what? Let me. Yeah, let me. Here we go. Bicycle wheel with the speedometer. Or actually, you know what? Let's actually show it to our. Let's actually show it to our viewers too. Maybe. Yeah,
actually, since it started right away, I can just go to the history. Yeah, here it is. Here's that bicycle wheel. You just screen recorded it. Yep, there's the speedometer. And the trip field. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, getting. Yeah, just to put that thing back together. Yep, that's the end of that little thing. That crazy little story of his speedometer on that bicycle windmill thing. Yep, as I continue, as I've said, piecing this compilation together. Got a long way to go. Yeah, unfortunately, that was not the experience I got when I was there.
Got into the lake and got used to it. Oh, it felt so good. Felt so good on my body. It was also pretty wavy today too, so that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice for me, to go up there and enjoy it too. But
Yeah.
I mean, as I've said, I mean, I was there in early August of last year, and yeah, that was not the kind of experience I got. I mean, while it was while it was warm,
What happened with your
while it was
experience?
warm outside, the lake waters were pretty cold.
Yeah, because last winter it was really cold, or 2 winters ago was really really cold.
So yeah,
Oh man, that was a sucky winter.
we sort of picked the worst time
Mm,
to visit there, but
yeah.
but
Yeah.
maybe someday I'll go back again, and maybe I will actually get to enjoy the beach the
And
next
if
time
we
I'm
do
there. But
actually meet each other Plainfield, that would be kind of spectacular.
yeah, that would be spectacular. That would be very spectacular if we end up seeing
But how
each.
would I meet you though? Is the question. Like, are you going to be broadcasting on SPC Plainfield or something? And the phone or something. I don't know.
Well, if we end up doing well, that's if we ever end up doing any live streams there, which
Yeah, but we
which
probably won't be able to do that.
we barely even did.
Yeah.
Because I think we were gonna do an arcade stream. We didn't do that. Oh yeah, I don't think we did any streams at all when we were there. I was thinking we could have done a stream for the Grand Haven Fountain, but
Yeah.
and I would have just ended up with a bunch of copyright claims from the music they used.
Yeah.
I guess in some way I made a good choice not to do that.
Yeah.
So number 1 done.
Yep.
Got another video to go through. Actually, several more videos to go through, in fact. And then the stuff on my phone, I will do that. Send those over and put those in last. But let's see here. And then this is the warning from St. Louis that came up.
Oh, hey, Plainfield, guess what? Kent County, my county in here in Michigan, is actually going to be updating its siren system. That will bring precision to the sirens. Like, they're going to, like, make it so this way, instead of just activating one switch to activate all the sirens, they're going to include multiple switches to activate certain areas of sirens. And it says right here that will be limited to the areas that are under the threat. Instead of sending it off for the entire county, we'll be able to trigger that without the manual push. We can do an automatic trigger of it when the statement is issued by the National Weather Service. Automated activation too.
Automated activation. I think that's I believe that's actually the system Naperville has implemented.
Yeah. It's like addressable notification.
Almost like that.
Like Simplex's addressable notification. Freaking Simplex True Alert ES. Simplex. I don't know. It's Simplex. Blah. Not that I don't like the brand. The brand is cool, but like, they need to expand upon their device looks. It's so stupid. They only have one product line, and that's it.
But yeah, as for the Chicagoland area, and I've been discussing just before we kicked off that last game of the Roblox show.
Yeah.
This is going to be a pretty crazy night for Chicago, and especially a crazy day tomorrow.
Yeah.
If I can get the correct page up. There we go. And then looking at the weather story, here's well, they don't have any information about today, but I did see that there could be some stuff going on tonight. There's some stuff happening tonight.
Yeah.
So yeah, potentially some severe weather could be happening tonight. I have Northern Indiana ready, and I see Grand Rapids could get some bit of the action as well. But of course, I have it set up in case that does end up happening.
Rex, that one anxious friend. Oh my gosh. Toy Story, that's weird. That time Google Cloud Platform bricked the internet. Oh my gosh. Honda.
Why am I even including this one?
Wow.
But yeah, this is the severe risk for tomorrow, and I see they did update it.
Sonic is in Squad Buster?
And I see they did update the briefing to say that scattered severe storms may develop midday through early afternoon, and they said the timing could be anywhere between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a pretty wild ride back home. That is most likely going to be a very wild ride back home for my job tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's northern Indiana. That's in the level 3 or enhanced risk.
Yeah.
Here's a look at what's left of today's moderate. I was about to say marginal, but I know that's totally not right. So yeah, there's what's left of today's moderate risk, and then there's the marginal stuff. Here's the enhanced risk for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's enhanced risk there. Going through Ohio, Illinois. Oh boy, I expect a lot of postponements out of this. A lot of postponements, but I've seen some forecast offices choosing to test me despite the enhanced risk, but we will see. As I said, but we'll see.
You're kind of quiet, Plainfield. Are you okay? You don't seem to have a loud microphone.
I'm trying to be as quiet as possible because I don't want to wake my parents up.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
That makes sense.
That's why I'm quieter than usual right now. But anyway,
yeah,
that is the enhanced risk, the level 3, and then I see a marginal for Mount Holly to save on bandwidth. I'm going to let John handle this area here.
Okay.
I'll let BJMIP handle this marginal up there for North Dakota, and then I'll handle the main area. Because I know John doesn't want to monitor a lot of other offices like Indianapolis.
ISP Trooper defrauded company over
But I do
$800,000.
see that the Aaron Coco came back, so I'm sure it's going to handle it. Then here's the slight risk for Thursday. It's just focused around the Northeast, but there's also a large marginal up here. So we'll see how that ends up going down.
Yeah.
This guy just finished as well. That's anyway. Alright, back to editing now.
Fucking feet. Goddamn.
Off this.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Atlanta Sonic Expo? What? The hell? What's that? Why? So stupid. Oh my god. I don't care. I don't care. I just go to my thing. 2 followers. Everything in Gainesville is so fucking stupid. Stupid bad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then this one from 843. Boy, I can't wait to see how long this is gonna be when this is all said and done. That's the end of that. And then this is talking about the increasing
Well,
heat and humidity levels for this weekend.
yep.
How hot it's gonna be. My goodness, this one's as close as it's gonna get to triple digits.
You know what?
That 91 degrees. I'm sure
Oh
that
my God, Plainfield. It might hit 100 here in Michigan. Like,
yeah, that area too. I have a feeling everybody's gonna be flocking for the beach or
no, because it. I've never seen it hit 100. I've only seen it hit 100 once here.
but it's been a long time since then.
Yeah.
Trying to see what went wrong. So let's see, 821. There was something that was relaying, and I think it failed. So which one was it? Which one was it that failed? It was supposed to be this one for. No, that's 814. So 823. That's a duplicate. Yeah, the one that went through it. That is a duplicate because I think it went through
What?
secretly. Yeah, so we don't need to go back on that because that's a duplicate product. Yep, because that product is a duplicate. So let's continue now.
Uh-oh.
Take that part off.
No.
Yep, 803. That one was already captured.
Uh, Oh, jeez.
Move this down here. Okay, next one. Okay, and then the next product.
Well, that's interesting. Whoa.
Garfield, Logan, and Noble.
God, everybody's gonna head to the beach. Yeah, you're right, Playfield. That might happen. That's no surprise to me.
This is DSP. What about this one?
Yeah, because they just don't want everything to be mechanical anymore.
Storm knocking down all the vacuum cleaners. Not sure if this was the windstorm knocking down all this collection of vacuum cleaners. Oh, there's the crazy cookie jar collection. I still can't get enough of that. Anyway, moving on here. That's duplicate. That off. Then also Columbia. Let's see, waiting for Cowley and Sumner. Let's go ahead and this on KC59. And we're also getting close to the beginning of these.
Wait, what?
All these Verizons hogging up the memory in the system. Oh my goodness, how are we gonna position all of these?
Oh my god!
I think that's like what, 30 of them? Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to do them in like 5 rows of 6.
Oh my lord.
Or 6 rows of 5.
Gone.
We'll figure it out.
Stop. Oh.
Yeah, I allowed enough time for that to finish. I should have allowed enough time for it to complete. But yeah, that's going to be quite difficult to position all of this. Oh wait, why are we sharpening the image? We're not supposed to be doing that. Where did 14 go? Did I even have 14 selected? I think I did not. But I'm just gonna open it again just in case. Just to be sure. Yep, just to be sure. And then 14.1. Wait, this is going to be hard tonight with all of this. So let's see. So that's 2. And here's 3. And then 4. And then. Alright, and then 5. Alright. That's the first row. On now to row number 2.
This is channel.
So there's row number 2. Here's row 3. Alright, we'll be okay, that's a duplicate product. That. The next one.
Active on another Discord server. Gosh dang it.
807. 806. Yeah, and I took out Wichita because I was not expecting anything else from them tonight. But that I'm just gonna let John handle. And 7-1, it's still going nuts. Because it said we're gonna return. There's 8-3. Here it is. 8-3. Oh, I've already moved 8-3. I have these two in the wrong order.
How are you a newcomer? That don't make any sense.
Did we just get
Hang
a
on, hold on a
positive, encouraging K-Love from what I just heard?
K-Love!
We're gonna find out. We're gonna see if it was, or maybe it was a different station. Alright, so there's 8-1.
What?
Yeah, I expected it was a different station, so. Yep, it was some different station. Everything tied to those. Alright, so then 6-3. Six, two, and then where's 6-1 at? Here we go, 6-1. Continuing down the list is 5-0-3. And then 5-0-2. To make these smaller so I can get them all of them to fit. And then 5-1. And then of course what will be the star of the show tonight, the HO4. So of course the pretty stretched 405, the 404 that normally goes first.
What is this server doing?
The 403.
Damn server. Damn freaking server, man.
And then 403. And that leaves us now with 2 left. So 402. Get more of that thing to fit on the screen. And 401. Yeah. Alright, and then we'll
30 fucking thousand. How does this
disconnect that USB? This is the one we need. Alright.
Ugh,
God. And now we're ready to continue.
Okay, this is getting too much fun. What says? What says in my phone?
Alright, and now we're back at 6 p.m. So now we're finally at the end of 6 p.m.
Oh God, everybody's gonna laugh at me now. Oh my God.
That. And we're already half past the.
Oh gosh. Oh my God.
Cut that off. Here's the next one.
Oh my God. Why the fucking hell am I even doing this?
This one's. So, doesn't look like we have too many more videos to go now. So, not too many videos left.
TV and radio for updates. For Phoenix Police Department. This is the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
Alright, 5:53. Okay, and then we're at 5:51 now. Nice. See, we also just got the Nebraska Monthly.
Oh no.
So I guess it was after that, and then it stopped. So we are almost done. Just need to get the remaining products, send them over to the iPad, and then we will end this thing. Because as you all know, I gotta be up very early tomorrow. Alright, let's continue. Just a few more videos to go. Okay, this should be Nebraska.
What?
159.
What? Hold on.
Okay, now this should be Nebraska.
Oh my god. What? Oh. What?
I don't know why it did the same file wrong.
Mm.
Oh, it didn't even try Nebraska. Yeah, Sometimes my logger likes to do that. Play the same product twice. But otherwise, it got everything, so I just need to go back on Nebraska manually to the next logger we're going to be going to. That is.
I don't even know how he does that.
No, not this one. What do we need? We need this one. We need this one. Oh my goodness, there were a lot of weeklies that happened. Dang. This one was during that catch-us. Okay, so these were after. So these were after.
Ow.
So I'll go back on these two. Then the Cox for Nebraska. Should have taken Nebraska. Oh, and there were some other things that I should have added too. I just remembered. These. Did that tornado warning already go through? I believe it did. Let me just look and be sure. It did not. So we're gonna let it log all the way. I believe I did get it on WSK 85, but I would like to check. But yeah, I just want to check because I know I left WXK 85 running. I guess we can't tell because John's mask went down. Yeah, I guess we can't tell. But either way. Yeah, here we go. Here is Nebraska. Right here. We will use the Cox relay instead. And then I'll send over all of these. And then we will be. And then after I get them all thrown in their places, we will be all set and done. So I'll let this one log. Once it's fully logged all the way, I'll restart it one more time so I can add a few more stations onto the list. Because I forgot to do that. I'll just add them right there again. There we go. And I'm just going to wait for it to fully receive the alert and send it. Alright, now we'll send over all the other stuff. And we will make this. Okay. Alright, there we go. It fully logged it and received it. A few more moments. Just be sure. Yep, there it is. Alright. Let's reset the station one more time. And this is to add an element that I forgot to add, which are the stations for tonight's monthlies, including Binghamton, Washington, D.C., oh, I forgot about the Stanley Cup because of all the mayhem I had today. Yeah, I forgot about it. And there we go. Yep. The Panthers have done it again. They've won their second straight Stanley Cup title. They won their second straight title. But anyway, now let's get to putting the final pieces of the puzzle in here, and then we will be. And then I gotta get to bed. So then I'll just start the export of this, and then I'll head off to bed because I need a lot of sleep tomorrow night. I can be ready to wake up early tomorrow for my job. Here's the fire warning.
Wow.
So here we go. This is Nebraska. I'll just put those Coxes.
Cool.
And these other ones I got live. So.
Oh.
Alright, and then this came after Nebraska. So I did get that tornado warning live.
That's all. That's good.
So yeah, I did get that one live. Okay, then we'll send this out to signal that this is a test recording.
What? Still around. Well, that's cool. All right, I'm gonna get going, Plainfield. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. I don't know.
And we gotta get going soon here as well, so.
All right, see you. Bye bye.
Alright. Alright, so we're in the final few minutes. Now, I was actually thinking of